something dark. Knew she made a mistake, but before she could depart, he reached up and grabbed waking up with a song on the heart. To make it clear, I think that we should take it to the start. Walk past an old man laying in the park. He was talking to himself, but he was saying something sharp. She found herself drawn to the vibe of his remarks. The resonations called her like blood to a shark. But as she got closer, she felt something dark. Knew she made a mistake, but before she could depart, he reached up and grabbed her, sent the post off the chart. Said everything you do will now be in another art. Then vanished like Superman abandoning the planet. But this was similar to finding land in the Atlantic on the low. Cause she didn't really know. And what she gonna do? And everywhere she know. Everything she found. Yeah. I got what you got and he's on the song. Way. I don't know better, but that's just a slow way. Yeah. I got what you got and she's on the song. Say what it's all say. You got what you saying, I want that whole way. The whole way. The definition of possession, the state of being completely under the influence of an idea or emotion. Broken open to let the ghost in and go Gagosian with extra low end. Now let's return to the scene. Surreal and sent to chillin', kinda burned at the seams. It seemed that real life had really turned to a dream. But what exactly has she learned from the lane that's from Earth? Or maybe from not. Maybe she just received a curse. Or maybe the plot. Maybe there's something like a birth. Or maybe adopt. Or maybe not a baby at all, as that falls into realms of being intimate. But this feels more significant than that even. And that evening, she really felt the difference in fact speaking, had definitely changed in this design. Cause every time she went to chat, her mouth begat a rhyme. Now I got what you got and he's on his own way. That is all play. I don't know better, but that's just a slow way. I got what you got and she's on his own say. Do what the song says. You got what you saying, I want that whole way. Now everything's a verse and everything's a line. A lyrical non-stop onslaught of rhymes. The hardcore roughneck bomb drop divine. Sound that is found when the tom tops combine with the bass and the snare and the kick. They fill you with a feeling that just make you wanna spit. Rap a couple bars, move your arms like this. Your hand is a gun and your arm is a clip. Let her rip, don't get hit by the split second. Smith and Wesson lips full of hollow tips. Please tell the best on your list that is death with a kiss. And they gotta swallow fire if they tryna follow this. With a style similar to round around, looking for an arrest to resist. Ain't no rest for the wit, no recess for the gift. It's like I don't do it for the check or the chip. I protect and predict what the next going to flip. I address then I rip, get respect then I dip. I don't live in the past, I finesse and forget. But don't make me resurrect up in this. I got what you got and he's on the song way. I don't know better, but that's just a slow way. I got what you got and she's on the song say. You got what you saying, I want that whole way.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so here's what the plan is, chat. I don't know how long this is going to be. It may actually be on the shorter side because there's so much to kind of go over, and I'm like really behind. So I've only had like maybe like 6 hours to kind of get together what's going on, and there's still shit that's like still shaping up. So this is going to be one of those little infamous talking streams that we normally do. It is what it is. So that's a thing. Big ups to everybody in chat. Yo, Prop, if you wanna pop in for any of this at any time during the duration, you're more than welcome. So yeah, chat, that's what the situation is. That's what the scenario is. So let's not even fucking hold off. Let's just go ahead and get to it. So let's go ahead and get to work. Here's on the lineup, in no particular order. DSP, low tier god, the situation with Boogie. For any of you people who follow battle rap, the situation with Knowledge and him not being able to get into events, which has been a thing for a while. I don't know why people are just now starting to talk about that. And we'll see what else. Like Foodie Beauty, there's a couple other people I want to talk about too. All right, chat. Who do you guys want to start off with? Oh, speaking of which, I'm running a couple of things in the background, testing stuff out. You know how that works. And excuse me, I'll also be doing. We're also gonna test some TTS stuff too. So I might be able to get some of you guys in here. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and pick somebody right now. First things first. As you guys know, we keep a straight rated R over here, so it is what it is. Keep the XXX stuff to the side for right now until I get the TOS working the way I want. And then you guys can get what you want. So let's see here. Let's see. All right. Yeah, no problem, prop. Like I said, just extending the invitation. Just extending the invitation. Okay, let's see. Who are we gonna be our first person? Who are we gonna try to test this out with? Let's try. I don't think anybody heard it though. I don't think it came through the stream though. Well, you know what? We're gonna try you again.
Iza Reedy says, new Boogie drama dropped, you heard Golden Triangle Gaming Live.
Let's see. All right, chat, did you hear the message or did it not go through? I can hear it on my end. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it on yours though. Let me see something. I can actually check real fast. Yeah, okay, cool. You did hear it. All right, bet. Let's see here.
Green Lobster says, so much stuff this month has been nuts. Iza Reedy says, Dad Dale LOL.
Oh yeah, that 10-year-old that's floating around and shit. That's crazy. On top of the fact that dude's sorry, whatever. Okay, all right, chat. Who's getting it first? Who's getting the smoke? I think LTG's getting it.
Zachbell05 says, LTG first LOL.
Fair enough. LTG gets the smoke first. So, big ups to everybody in the LTG community and whatnot, and amongst those haters or whatever. Especially 342. I think it's IMO is how you pronounce that, or is it MO? One of the two. The dude that has like the $100,000 tally going up and whatnot, and that he makes off his streams. Big ups to him. I did not know that he had gotten deplatformed from like multiple places, so he streams on Rumble. But big ups to him though for keeping the hustle going, and that it just goes to show Dale can't keep a real one down. But apparently this wasn't 342 himself, but I guess it was just people who frequent his streams. Someone ended up figuring out Dale or LTG's social security number. Then they found out that dude owes like over $150,000 worth of debt. The Charger that he's driving around, the Charger he's driving around in is worth he's paying twice what it's worth. Holy fuck. There's a 10-year-old child out here. He's pulling a Drake. No, Diddy. He's pulling a Drake, hiding kids in all this bullshit. That shit is crazy, son.
Norman Beige says, 10-4.
That shit was crazy. We hiding a child? And the thing is...
J244K says, LTG is a dad.
Well, allegedly. Yeah, allegedly he has a 10-year-old daughter. And here's the fucked up part. And it's fucked up on a bunch of different, fronts.
Dude Almighty says, Papa Dale LOL.
It's fucked up because this dude runs around calling black folk rogs and saying that, that's the reason why people don't want to associate with black people, because we don't know how to treat each other well. We don't know how to fucking handle our money. We don't know how to present ourselves. This, that. Motherfucker, you're part of the cycle. You're literally part of the cycle. You're a deadbeat piece of shit. And keep in mind, you can be a deadbeat piece of shit no matter what your race is, no matter what your background is, no matter anything. You don't believe me? Ask Review Tech USA. Ask him how he doing being a daddy when his parents are sitting there taking care of his kids. Semantics. The point being is that anybody can be a piece of shit. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Indian, purple, who cares? Anybody can be a piece of shit. But how the fuck are you gonna run around here railing against these black women on Instagram and shit, talking all this nonsense on Twitter and shit, talking all this nonsense on your streams, and yet you're no different? If all of those people that you like shitting on are just lame, backwards, weak black people who don't know how to do shit and don't know how to do for themselves, you ain't no different, Negro. You are no better. You think just because you're a little bit lighter on the tone means anything? Just because you on the porch don't make you no better. And there's a reason why the groups that you want to get affiliated don't want to fuck with you. Now you're out here with you're out here beefing with RC World? Or RDC World, I think it is, or RCD World, it's one of the two. Why the fuck are you messing around with Mark and his peoples? That dude, him and his group literally try to uplift people and shit. That's why those guys have their own convention each and every year. You get butthurt because you didn't get invited, and now you just spewing all this typical black hate? So you're literally no different than the people that you shit on. You're no different. Clown. Literally a fucking clown. And now you got a kid out there. You got a daughter. Which makes it even worse because guess what's going to happen to her? She's more than likely, I mean, hopefully her mother's standing on business. But let's say for whatever reason she's half-stepping too. Your daughter, Dale, is going to grow up settling, not choosing, but settling a piece of shit just like her mother did. Just like you. How does that make you feel? Oh, that's right. You just did a stream not too long ago where you said if your kid popped up on your doorstep, you're going to be like, I already threw some money at your mom, bro. You're the result of casual sex. I don't really need to deal with you, nor do I want to deal with you. Get off my fucking shit. And then you said you were going to pull out the ivory on him? You were going to pull the steel out if they don't leave? Wow. All right. I mean, if that's how you feel. But it's no surprise that LTG where he at. Clown-ass motherfucker. The fuck is wrong with you? The fuck is wrong with you? That's like if I run around and I dislike racists. I hate racists. Because it's just ignorance. It's just pure ignorance. But then you guys find out that I'm a racist myself. You know fucking clown world bullshit that is? Get the fuck out of here.
MNG says, are we getting served some salty pork tonight?
We are. It's on the menu. It's on the menu because I got a whole... I've especially over these last Street Fighter streams that DSP's been doing, and that whole nonsense with that controller last night, I just finished watching the Mighty D video, big ups to him. I just saw the nonsense about the supposed $400 one donate. We'll get to that. But yeah, pork's on the menu. Pork's on the menu. And Review Tech USA is on the menu too. The other white meat. He's on there too. I got him.
Agent Proper says, 121K in debt, has a 10-year-old that he pays 1K a month for.
$1,000 a month, dude. That's it? Like, you know what I'm saying? And even then, let's say that's all he could pull, right? Let's say that's all he could afford. When he's not gifting subs to himself, by the way. You know what I'm saying? 342 pointed that out too. Like, improved it as far as I'm concerned. Fucking great evidence on that. Oh, speaking of which, as it pertains to the situation with the paperwork and the child and everything, I can't remember the channel it was that I was watching it on, my fault. But when I saw it, for some reason, my first instinct was, let me go to Twitter and let me see if Meth Bear had it. I don't know why I chose Meth Bear for some reason in that particular moment. Obviously I respect Meth Bear. I've never talked to them, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for him. So, but something told me, let me check out Meth Bear and see what happened, what they got to say on this shit. And guess what? They got the paperwork. So, I mean, there's other people that have the paperwork too, but he had the paperwork. So it just goes to show follow your instincts sometimes. You'd be surprised. So big ups on that. So there's paperwork floating around on that shit. Like actual paperwork. Oh.
Zachbell05 says, I'm wondering if it's his kid. MNG says, get that ass motherfucking blacklisted. Robotic Gentleman says, RDC wouldn't touch LTG with a 1,000-foot pole.
And I think that's the reason why he's mad. I think he really thinks that he got excluded and whatnot. But he shouldn't be surprised by that, though. That dude is like, there's dudes in the FGC who fuck with him, but like I said, like RDC, thank you. RDC World's not gonna, they're not gonna want no problems because that's not how they move. You know what I'm saying? That's like if Chris Smoove got into an issue with someone. That don't happen. You know what I'm saying? Chris Smoove don't do that. If you guys know who Chris Smoove is, you know who Chris Smoove is. You know what I'm saying? NBA 2K community. Used to play Call of Duty. He plays other games too. But it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is, he didn't mind bigging up it when it sounded like he was getting on the plane to go over there, or he was planning on driving to it, whatever the case may be. But then once he found out that he really wasn't invited, I guess, or whatever, or they didn't accommodate him with an invitation, then he wanted to go ahead and start shitting. And it's like, you literally are the living, walking example of what's wrong or how people perceive black folk. At least in a negative manner, I should say.
Isaiah Reedy says, but Dale it's paying child support, that puts him slyly above the rest of the nibbas, if it's true he's paying.
If he's paying. But still, man, throwing bread at a child, throwing money at a child isn't enough. You know what I'm saying? A child needs, I wouldn't say that a child needs both of their parents to be together to be raised properly or whatnot, but you should want to be part of your child's life. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a father, you are the most important man in your son or daughter's life. Every person that they're going to judge will be based upon you. You know what I'm saying? And for LTG's age, what is he, 40? For his age, he should know that. For his age, he should know that. I'm not sitting here saying that LTG is going to stand on black excellence or just being a decent human being in general. Yeah, we're past that. But Jesus Christ, this isn't about the internet. This isn't about your fucking weak ass sense of vanity. This is about a child. How you interact with your children, their developing years, right? Is going to determine, I should say, whether that chick's going to be on a stripper pole when she turned 18 or not, motherfucker. Or whether she's going to end up dealing with a motherfucker like you who beats women. You know what I'm saying? Or harasses women or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. Because God, for God's sake, I felt bad for Review Tech USA's daughter. But that nonsense he pulled with that female detractor on Twitter, the one that he was sitting there harassing on her Twitch and all that bullshit, then you want to sit there and you want to throw violence at her saying, don't let me catch you out in public. Don't let me catch you IRL. What grown man tells another woman, yo, don't let me see you in real life? What are you going to do? You're going to hit her? You're going to beat her? You're going to rape her? What are you going to do, Rich? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And the fact that there's people standing on that are defending Rich on that nonsense, we'll get to that.
GMNG says, what about Papa Lou?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen Papa Lou. I haven't seen or heard Papa Lou in forever.
Robotic Gentleman says, LTG that dad who only shows up when you get that pro sport contracts.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. Big ups on that. You damn right. He's basically Drake's father. He waits until the motherfucker can actually have some success and then wants to come in and get a piece.
GMNG says, Snort Bernal has some fine bacon barbecue cooking covering the SF6 streams GTG.
We may check that out. Snort Bernal always delivers. Snort Bernal always delivers. Ain't no disappointment there. Big ups on Snort Bernal.
Excalibur 2010 says, low tier fraud, low tier credit, low tier dad, low tier shack.
Good shit. Good shit. Well put. Well put. Well played. Well played.
Doubly says, the past 2 days I have gotten LTG the deadbeat dad and the Animal Crossing of cancer. I can die happy.
We'll get to that. We'll get the boogie. We'll get the boogie because I have some bullshit too. But the thing is about we'll get to that. Remind me. Like, I guess Boogie will be next if you guys want. I'll let you guys choose who's next on the menu.
Zachbell05 says, kinda save.
Oh yeah, that's your name. Thank you. I mean, keep in mind though too, she's, you know what I'm saying, she's actually a pretty well put together chick and whatnot, which means that she's automatically out of Rich's, you know, reach. You know what I'm saying? He'd never be able to pull someone like that. So I can see why he's mad about it. All right, so let's close up LTG and then you guys can choose who you want next. Yeah, so I don't know what his next move's gonna be, but like I said, between gifting himself subs, which he's probably going the Argentina route, might as well. It's cheap. It's not the only cheap country though, but it's the cheapest country. Between that, between being $100,000+ in debt, all the crazy money that he has a child out there. You know what I'm saying? His social security number, his identity has been exposed or whatever for the most part, allegedly. I mean, he's not going nowhere, clearly, right? He's clearly not going nowhere. But people need to take a very hard look at, is this really what you're trying to support? This guy, LTG is just like any other lol cow. Fake it till you make it. But it's been very transparent with that dude for a number of years. I never thought all this would come out. You know what I'm saying? People just hinted innuendos at this shit. So, you know, if you're an LTG troll or whatever the case may be, you're eating well right now. And like I said, big up to 342, man. I hope he gets a house, or if he doesn't already own one. Or I know he'll do something productive with that money. I've never spoken to him. I don't know him. But I'd like to think that if you carry yourself the way you carry yourself, I assume that you have a plan for what you're going to do with that moving forward. But yeah, fuck LTG. We'll see how that shit pans out for that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? There's too many people in the FGC, for example, that want to give him a chance or who fight for him behind the scenes and shit. And he constantly keeps proving that you can't treat lol cows like people. You know what I'm saying? You can't treat them like decent individuals, or you can't believe that they're decent individuals, because they're not. You don't believe me? Look at Boss Man Jack. Everybody thought that shit was all fun and games, and it was just some raging monkey who had a drug and fucking gambling addiction. Now he out there beating up his own family. Make of that what you will. Let's see here.
Excalibur 2010 says, Rich is gonna threaten to take his shirt off.
But I don't see how that's really a problem. He's a good whore, so he's just doing what he's meant to. You know what I'm saying? You can give Rich that. He's a good whore. What's up, James Lesser?
The Lesser Express Lane says, holy shit, almost missed this.
Nah, you're good. We really just getting started. We just get started. The night is young.
James the Lesser Express Lane says, holla holla for GTG and snort bucks.
Yes, sir.
Sleepisnerlax says, you think Light can beat up DSP in a fist fight IRL?
Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. He might be DSP might be the only person that LTG could whip clean in a fight, I think. Honestly. I would put money on Review Tech USA to beat fucking LTG, to be honest. Unless LTG come in there pissed the fuck off. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like LTG needs to hit some notable standards and shit and whatnot, because Rich is a big guy. LTG has those fucking Popeyes drumsticks and shit. I don't know how long he's going to be able to move on him. And he don't know how to stick and move, so he doesn't know how to generate, you know what I'm saying, the maximum amount of power and shit. So, you know, I don't know. But he can whip DSP clean, for sure. For sure. Absolutely. Let's see here.
Captain Falco 311 says, big ups GTG.
What do you guys want to do next, man? Like I said, that's LTG. He's out the way. He's you know what I'm saying? We got him on the other side of the grill right now on medium heat. Who do you guys want next? Like I said, you got our Review Tech USA, you got DSP, we got Boogie. I already mentioned Boss Man Jack, but if you really want some more smoke on that, there's really not too much to say, to be honest. So, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you guys want next. All right, Boogie. What happened with Lightside Bill? LSB is still well. Okay, there's Lightside Bill and there's Lightside Phil. So you said Lightside Bill. LSB is still floating around. To be honest, last time I checked, like not under that persona. He's under a different name, but he's still floating around. He just doesn't do content anymore. He's focusing on his gaming stuff the last time I checked.
Lots of people says, I was literally wondering what GTG thinks about this Boogie nonsense earlier.
All right,
Big
Boogie.
ups.
Okay. All right, well, Boogie's our next target. So the situation with Boogie, outside of the fake, well, allegedly fake cancer diagnosis, the crypto scam, he's a lolcow. This shouldn't be put above. This shouldn't be put above Boogie. Like, you shouldn't put nothing past him. And truth be told, people will still support him. Okay, so let's tackle last night, I guess, because I guess that's really the hot topic. Where he goes on stream on Lolcow Live, and they essentially tried to recreate Monday Matt's the kill stream with the Monday Matt situation all those years ago. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Most people would expect this from Boogie, so it's not a shock. It's not like this isn't a jolt to the system. It's something that's very much within his character. And he'll play the pathetic angle. He'll play the stupid angle. He'll play, oh, well, I don't really know no better. As was pointed out with the CoffeeZilla situation during the crypto scam, the fatty coin or whatever, where he had his paid chick or whatever in the little short shorts and shit in front of the camera and whatnot. Like, that shit wasn't set the fuck up. Get that girl a fucking Philly cheese sandwich or something too. Get that girl something to eat before you start parading her out there with that. It's par for the course. Like, this is something that shouldn't be past anybody's expectations, to be honest with you. It seems like something that would be within his character to do. And then he'll play stupid and there'll still be people that will support him. It doesn't even really hurt his reputation. It's just, oh, Boogie might have been faking that he had cancer. Oh, well, Boogie might have been diagnosed with cancer, but then they may have said they misdiagnosed him. So knowing Boogie and his paranoia, maybe he still thought he had it and he wasn't sure. But then the shit that he was saying last night don't make no sense. If you've already been diagnosed with cancer, why the fuck are they still running tests on you to see if you still have the cancer if they're already got you lined up for treatment? Like, you know what I'm saying? Did he mean that he went and got a second opinion or even a third? Which is what you should do when you're diagnosed with anything, to be honest, let alone life-threatening. You should definitely go off and at least get a second opinion. So which one is it? He has a lot of wiggle room to get himself out of it in the grand scheme of it. Is this going to tarnish him? Yeah, maybe, at least for a while, but eventually it's going to fade. It's something that you would expect from Boogie. This isn't. It's not like, for example, I'll use myself as the example. It's not like if I came out and told you guys, well, I didn't tell you. You guys kind of could tell. It was like 2 years ago and shit. I was under the weather. I was sick, whatever you want to call it. It'd be like if I came out and told you guys that, yo, I may have a terminal disease or whatever. Let's say I told you that 2 years ago, right? And then, for whatever reason, James the Lesser, Proper, Declan Reed, Jackal's Lair, anybody that I'm cool with come out and be like, yo, Golden, you know what I'm saying? GTG, yo, that dude doesn't actually have that. He's not actually that sick or whatever. Some people might be surprised by that because it's not in my character to bullshit people. You know what I'm saying? But for Boogie, this is all par for the course. It's something that he would be expected. I would expect him to do that. I would expect him to lie about his diagnosis. I would expect him to lie about the age of that girl that he's currently with. This stuff isn't uncharacteristic, at least not for me.
Sleep
And I think for most people.
Love you GTG Ty for answering my question.
Hey, no worries, man. Like I said, I try to hit what I can, man. And if anything that can kind of make that easier, then, you know what I'm saying, I'm all for it. But that's my thoughts on him. I will say this. HeatMakerz coming up there and confronting him definitely struck a nerve, as well as his back and forth with Nicholas Diorio and Destiny. Those things definitely bothered him, for sure. I think the HeatMakerz thing really shook him up. Like, you could tell that he was very, very bothered by that. Because how do you sit there and maintain a lie, if it is a lie? How do you maintain that in front of someone who's actually dying? How do you do that? You know what I'm saying? Because if this was all a huge work on HeatMakerz front, I'm not saying that it is. I'd never accuse him of that. Even though I'm very much about the, you know what I'm saying, DTA, don't trust anybody. But I don't, you got to have some gall to sit there and say you got cancer and shit and try to go about it. But then again, Boogie is the current expectation, if you will. But HeatMakerz streaming as periodically as he does or whatnot, and then him pushing the merchandise and pushing everything, I believe him when I hear him, that dude is really sick and dude's really trying to utilize whatever time he has left. And truth be told, he might actually be cutting time off the clock by doing what he's doing. So he must love Jade if that's the way he feels that he needs to go about this. Boogie's never demonstrated any of that at all. And whether the disease that he allegedly has kills him tomorrow or kills him 10 years from now, I don't put it past him to lie about something like that. And neither should you. You shouldn't put it past anybody.
Dark Hilmut says, an elderly woman with Lou Gehrig's disease could whip DSP.
Agreed. Agreed.
Captain Falco 311 says, did you see the Boogie VID from CoffeeZilla that dropped a few hours ago?
Not yet, but I plan to. I'm pretty sure I answered this one.
Sleepisnerlax says, what happened to Lightside Bill? He just poofed?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I already answered that. Like I said, he does gaming content. I do wish though that he would leave up some of his restreams. Well, all of them, honestly. He would leave his restreams up. There were some really great moments and shit there and whatnot. But then at the same time, I also wish that more of Tevin's old restreams, especially during his like when he was restreaming DSP Street Fighter or DSP Street Fighter days on Twitch, I wish those were more accessible too. And it's very hit or miss. I find a channel every once in a while that has it.
Zatchbell05 says, I think RTU has less to catch up with.
Agreed, but he's still going to catch the smoke no matter what. It won't be long, but he'll still catch the smoke no matter what.
Captain Falco 311 says, it's on his Voidzilla channel.
Oh, that's right. That's the one where he just talks directly to the mic and he doesn't have the green screen shit in the background. All right, I'll definitely check that out. And we may go over it in a future stream.
Zatchbell05 says, oh, I don't think that's alleged. I believe he lied about having cancer.
He may very well have.
Agent Proper says, this is going to be good. Jim even showed up for the Boogie cookout.
Yeah, he did. And truth be told, he tried to keep it lighthearted, but he did also make some very good points because as far as I know now, it's up to like $86,000. But I think at the time of the stream last night, it was up to like $65,000 just to show the paperwork. Redact, certain shit. Just show us the diagnosis. That's $65,000 plus you get to stick it to Keem. Don't worry about fucking Tommy C and Wings and whatever. But you get to stick it to Keemstar on his dime, on his show, that, hey, you guys are calling me a liar. You're accusing me of this and that. Here's my diagnosis. Who turns down that type of money? Especially if you're allegedly leaving the internet, which is your only main source of income. If you're going to pull a bullet in your head, what are you going to leave for the fucking 20-year-old in your family if you're going to leave them anything? What's your way out? You know what I'm saying? Him deactivating Twitter is one thing. Is his YouTube channel still there? If his YouTube channel's still there, I would be slightly more convinced, but you can deactivate and reactivate a YouTube channel. People do it all the time. So, like I said, he's not going nowhere. He'll come back eventually, to be honest. Let's be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he thrives off that shit. He thrives off the humiliation. He thrives off the controversy. I honestly think that the dude got diagnosed. It was a misdiagnosis or whatnot, or the wording was, because there's like two different diseases that could be interchanged. He thought he had one that he didn't. And because Boogie depends on people liking him, caring about him, having interest in him, once they told him, hey, you don't actually have this, or we misdiagnosed you, or you misheard us, or whatever, he ran with it anyway because it was the most attention that he's had in a while. And he thought he could still turn it around. That's no different than any other locale. DSP has done a similar thing to that, just not with cancer. Wings has done something similar to that. Review Tech USA is doing it with his kid. Well, his kids, to be honest with you. Don't put this shit past any locale. At the end of the day, a trained monkey is still a trained monkey. And they're going to do whatever it takes to keep the attention on him. End of story. So no one should be surprised by that shit.
Excalibur 2010 says, Phil needs to start Goutcoin. Zatchbell05 says, why is he hoping he doesn't have cancer after confirming it 2 years ago?
I have no clue. And then, I got to be honest with you. Let's go ahead and slide into Locale Live. Pause. Let's go ahead and jump to Locale Live actually right now. To be honest, how is it that the show is perpetually failing? No one can deny that. Then Keem says last night or the night before that he was quitting. Wing said that he was quitting until allegedly Boogie had talked him out of it. Tommy C's heart's not in it. I've already told all of you this, by the way. And then all of a sudden the Boogie controversy now comes up where he's lying about the cancer. How does all of that happen in such a short amount of time? That doesn't seem strange to anybody. Does that not seem weird? And you want to know why people aren't calling that out? Because no one would ever accuse Medicare of being in on some shit like that. And I don't think Medicare is. I think the circumstances, they just played off the circumstances that already existed. Because Medicare has already done the stream where he ripped up Boogie for the crypto shit. Right? So this kind of flows right into it. And Jim even said, Keem DM'd him and said, hey, we're going to talk about this stuff right here. Would you be interested in jumping in? It's not like it was an organic situation where they do the stream where they're cutting Boogie up and then Medicare's in the chat and he's like, hey, let me in on the call. It wasn't like that. Keem reached out to him beforehand. Yet again, I'm not saying that it's a work. I'm not saying that. But it damn sure don't seem like a shoot either. So I don't know. I question some of that. And yet again, this is right down Boogie's aisle. You know what I'm saying? You think he cares about... Wait a second. You ain't sat... There's pictures of your fucking dick out there. You had your fucking 20-year-old alleged girlfriend naked and shit on camera or whatever. You ain't sat there and said you ain't fucked all these hookers and shit over all these years, but you won't show us your diagnosis? That's the one thing you want to take to the grave for yourself? All right, then. Whatever. I guess.
Lots of people says. Keem was around for 2 lolcow interrogations in which they refused to show any receipts.
Isn't that interesting? So lots of people. You're already on the same page with me. Isn't it ironic how that happens? Keem was there for the bloodletting of 2 different lolcows in 2 different situations, damn near done in the exact same way. What's the coincidence on that? Like that, and like yet again, I'm not saying that the shit was staged. I'm not saying that it's a work. I'm just saying there's a lot of coincidence that some shit like that happens. And for Keem, the show was dying. The show was literally dying. This was the best thing that happened to Locale Live, to be honest with you. Is it going to save the show overall? We'll see. We'll talk in a couple of months and we'll see what's what. But this was the best thing that happened to them. This is the best thing that happened to them.
Excalibur 2010 says. Does Boogie's underage goofy-looking girlfriend have a successful OnlyFans? I hope not. She isn't hot.
She really isn't. She's not attractive at all.
Sleepisnerlax says. I though Metakur died LOL. Is he dying now for like years?
Well, so is Boogie. Boogie's been dying for years too. I think Medicare has more dog in him than fucking Boogie does, to be honest. As it pertains to the girlfriend and the OnlyFans, I don't know if she has one or not, but that chick definitely seems like she's compromised. Like, she clearly is not all there, if you know what I mean. She comes across like very vulnerable, like she has a lot of issues. Therapy would probably be the best thing she needs, not being around Boogie.
Excalibur 2010 says. I thought Boogie died after the boxing match. Rip Boogie.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because people are now calling for Happy Punch to go back and look at the financial records that they paid for to see if they can find Boogie, what Boogie disclosed before entering into that fight. So that's something to look out for too. So if you're around those circles, please make sure you keep establishing that. Like, hey, what does Happy Punch think about all this shit?
M says. He's a VTuber. I think his channel is called Dave the Alchemist.
I think it's called, it's not called Dave the Alchemist. That's kind of funny. It's not called Dave the Alchemist. It's called something else. He's talking about LSB. It's not called Dave the Alchemist. It's called something else. Actually, you know what? Give me just a second. I can look. It's not called Dave the Alchemist, though. Let's see here. Let's see here. It's like called Dave the Alchemist, but that's kind of funny though. But that's all it's called. Yeah, I got a lot of scrolling to do. Holy shit. I'll find it. I will find it, but no, it's not Dave the Alchemist. It's kind of funny though. But I will find it. Let's see here. Let's see.
Crispy Mantis says, I missed Heavens back in time Stearms.
So do I.
System 23 says, yo, what up?
What up?
Adam says, Boogie was majorly felted.
Yes, he was.
James the Lesser Express Lane says, was told he had a tumor, but it was benign.
I don't know why I said benign. I think they the text-to-speech should have said benign. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. I could be wrong.
System 23 says, DSP, bbno. Adam says, he confused sleep apnea with cancer lol. It's still dangerous in the long term, but it's not treated with radiation or chemo.
Agreed. But I mean, speaking of which, if you're keeping up with Foodie Beauty and her current diagnosis, that chick ain't gonna make it. That chick is not going to make it. If you guys remind me, what we can talk about later on in the stream. But Foodie Beauty is not going to make it the way she's going right now. Holy shit.
Agent Proper says, you know it's strange and I doubt Jim is involved it was Keem being business smart.
Agreed. Like, and that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, there's no way that, I don't think Medicare would purposely jump into that type of situation. It just seems really fucked up how that happened.
Dwight Race says, I am here.
What up?
Dwight Race says, big up chat and Golden Triangle Gaming Live.
Dwight, I don't know if I follow you on Twitter or not. If I don't, let me know and whatnot, and I'll see if I can try to find you or whatnot. Because that detractor wrestling team or whatnot, Tune In Entertainment actually secured an interview with them that I want you to watch. I'd like to get your feedback on that. I got a clip of it, and then I can also actually, if I look, I can actually post the link to it too. Actually, if you give me just a second, I know I'm really behind on the chat, but let me see if I can find this really fast. Let's see here. I think I can find it. Yeah, I can, because I got it right here. Okay, so here's the link to. Excuse me. Here's the link to the video for any of you guys who are interested. If you guys follow anybody in the current detractor circles who are following this tag team, and it's something you want to take a look at, I do want to look at it later on myself. So here, let me drop this in the chat for y'all. And if this is something you guys might be interested later on down the line, or whatever. But I do want to get there are a couple people whose opinions I want to get of the situation. And big ups to Tuned In Entertainment for securing it. Big ups. So, taking advantage of your opportunities. That's what you're supposed to do. All right, there you go. Let me know if the link works. If it don't, I'll get you another one. Okay, so let's continue to work our way through this because this is one big testing session.
Zachbell05 says, don't forget he listed his problems in his Mike Klum documentary and nowhere did he mention the specific cancer but put history of a different cancer.
Very good catch. That's a damn good catch. Yes, sir. You're absolutely right.
Captain Falco 311 says, isn't Boogie getting disability benefits? He could get FUD if he was giving the government fake info.
Yet again, very good point. Actually, Keem had also talked about it too, where he said, this is more than just laughing giggles. It's very possible that there are some legal ramifications. So you may have just tapped on something. Big ups.
Green Lobster says, the show was dead until he bought both streams yesterday. Notice everyone forgot Keem streamed saying he was never going on lolcow again and Wings quit.
Mm-hmm.
Not even a few hours later they're all on.
Exactly. There you go. Now let's see here.
Crypto32123 says, do you think lolcow live would have been more successful if DSP had taken the deal? Cause who the actual fuck is Tommy CLMAO?
I've had conversations with a bunch of people Proper included as it pertains to this. There are a bunch of different factors that I believe could have led to lolcow being successful. Now, to answer your question directly, yes, I think that DSP being on there would have made the show successful because of what kind of person DSP is. He's a very uncomfortable individual. He's a coward in a lot of ways. He tries to make himself seem defiant. He believes he's above both of them. And more importantly, Keem is depending on detractors, trolls, haters, and critics from the DSP community to flock over there and to inflate, and to clip, and to throw, you know what I'm saying, troll dollars and this, that, and the third to help build the system, build the show up, which in turn would bring more Wings of Redemption trolls over there. You might even get some boogie people over there. It's like a train, quite literally, when it comes to this, because DSP, for better or worse, and the DSP detractor community garners a lot of attention. So that's what Keem was banking on. The thing is throwing money at DSP is not enough, right? Like, everybody says they understand Phil, but no one really understands Phil, right? And this isn't me talking like a fucking A-log. I mean, there is a philosophy to how to make DSP move the way you want him to move. And you need more than just money. Because as I've told you guys for years and whatnot, DSP will forego money for his own ego. Appeasing his ego, putting him in a position where he feels like he's equal to Keem, I mean. Putting him in a position of power, or where he feels like he has power or some control and some say is what DSP is looking for. Keem knows that, but he doesn't understand that. There's a difference, to be honest. And I would have thought someone like Duty, who's been, you know, in contact with Keem at one time or another before they're falling out, would have been able to convey that to Keem, right? There's far more into it than just throwing money at him. It does, and maybe Duty did do it. I don't know. But you would think if you're that close to Keem and whatnot, and you would think for the amount of content that Duty puts out, he'd have been able to convey that. There's more to it than just that, oh man, I ain't just skipped a shitload of people. Damn. Thank you, William the Alchemist. That's what he goes by. Big ups.
James the Lesser Express Lane says, Bill or William the Alchemist.
Yeah, that's what it is. So that's my initial thoughts. I think DSP is a big part of it, but then it really depends on the DSP detractor community to actually keep the interest, keep inflating its value, which Keem was going to just go off and sell the show eventually anyway. Let's be honest. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a lot that's involved, because DSP is going to he wants to be unique, right? He wants to be something set apart from everybody else. He wants to have this greater perspective that other people don't see or don't have. You can play off that. You can play off that. And if you have a detractor who's worth their salt, Tevin, Agent Proper, Ann Lee, if you can get like 2 or 3 of them behind the scenes, the quote unquote farmers, if you will, to help direct traffic each show without DSP having any direct involvement with them, or even knowing that they're there, you can really pull a lot of shit out of that and whatnot. That it could have been fantastic if you play it off right. And then when you want to go, then you can literally have detractors on the show. And then you can literally have Boogie and Wings run interference for DSP and let him talk from behind them. Give DSP the buffer, if you will, or give him the guards, the lolcow guards, right, to protect him so he can speak his mind, believing that he's safe and people will protect him. You'll get honest answers out of DSP then, as it pertains to his vitriol or his hatred for detractors. I mean, dude, like, I got the whole fucking, that's proper. I got the whole show lined up in my head, and I have since like lolcow podcast was even announced. Fucking A, got the whole scheme locked up. Got the whole scheme locked up.
Sleep Hisnerlax says, that boxing match was so embarrassing for Buggy. He threw no punches. Say what you will about Wings, but that fat boy can fight. That trailer trash dog in him.
Now, I honestly think that was by design, though. They knew Boogie wasn't going to go in there and put up no real fight. Boogie's win, and I said this after on the stream I did after that fight. Boogie's victory was him getting into the ring and actually doing it. Wings' victory was actually being able to beat someone who was more defenseless than him. And I honestly believe that.
Agent Proper says, GTGUN talked about the idea that Boogie would defraud them and risk the business.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Most certainly did. Well, we did, I should say. But yeah, I certainly did.
Spitfire01 says, Golden Triangle Gaming, did you see that Sirix is shoot on site for YouTube?
Oh shit, no, I did not. I'll look into that. I did not see that. I have not seen that.
Shao Shimigami says,
That's a good name, I
she'll be
like
gone
that.
this year, calling it.
Let's see here.
Dwight Race says, you do Golden Triangle Gaming live.
Do I follow you on Twitter? If not, I will. Like, if I can read, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I can reach out to you, or you shoot me a DM or something, and whatnot, I'll definitely follow you back. Let's see here.
Jesse Green 619 says, hey GTG, what's up?
What's up, Jesse?
Agent Proper says, I saw the Detractors tag team did an interview, haven't seen it yet.
Like I said, I got the link posted, though. Well, sorry, I'm reading this at late as hell, but I do have it posted.
Grim Phantomile says, big ups GTG.
Big ups.
Michael Krynakowski says, big UPS GTG and AP.
What's up?
Ruben Thicket 5954 says, holy shit, he's back.
Back again.
Lots of people says, Happy Punch also has his medical exam, which should have his diagnosis.
Agreed. I'm hoping people keep the pressure on Keem for that.
Comrade Ecommissar says, Keem bringing on that Twitch thought was weird AF.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it is what it is. A lot of those Twitch thoughts, if that's what she is, are in abundance right now. So they're going for cheap.
Jesse Green 619 says, Daddy Jeem brought Keemstar back.
Oh.
Almighty Gookie says, Boogie can eat a dick FR.
Yeah, he really can. But like I said, no one should be surprised by any of this shit. That's the way I look at it.
Dwight Race says, Golden Triangle Gaming Live LOL, yeah, I seen some of it. DSP can't find peace anywhere.
He's not supposed to. That's the whole point of having a lol cow, is to keep them uncomfortable.
System 23 says, Tommy C? More like Tommy who?
Here's the thing about Tommy, right? Like, because I've got there's a lot of things that can be said about that, or said about him, I should say. A lot of people feel like the reason why people don't go at Tommy C is because of Nicholas Diorio. Like, because Nicholas Diorio is really, he got that dog in him. He's really not someone to, like, unless you're ready to die on that particular hill, that's not really a fight that you should be taking up, to be honest with you. Because he's efficient, he's effective, and he's relentless when he wants to be. The thing is with Tommy, and I've said this in my LolCow live videos on the main channel, Tommy C is the reason why LolCow podcast is dead. Not LolCow live. Take stock of what I'm saying here. Tommy C is the reason why LolCow podcast is dead. So in some ways you could say he's the reason why LolCow live exists. Because if he had just if he had gone with his intuition and called out that gaming lawyer, whoever that guy was, who was trying to do the camera thing and who eventually ended up getting access to all the accounts and has all the trademarks to LolCow podcast. If Tommy C would have just called that out to Keem early on, LolCow podcast would still exist. He didn't do it because he didn't want to ruffle any of Keem's feathers, because Tommy C is still jaded from what happened with Baited Podcast, even though they just came back recently for I'm Alys. But supposedly that's just a one and done. Tommy should have, if Tommy really felt like things were wrong, he should have stood on business. They could have cleared all that shit up right then and there, and he could have been on the path, if you will, to earn Keem's respect, which is what Tommy C wants. Tommy C wants Keemstar's respect. Why? I don't know. But that's what he wants. Well, you got to be able to stand on business like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me give you an example. I'll use myself as that example. Let's say, let's pick somebody. System, let me pick you. Let's say, System, that I heard that someone had a problem with you and they may be looking into you or whatnot. And this is someone that you know. Do I sit back and let it unfold? Or do I be like, damn, well, let me go ahead and at least give System the heads up, and then he can go ahead and address that any way he see fit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It doesn't take much to go ahead and have a conversation. Or do I just sit back and let it happen? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like that. Do you stand on business, or are you just going to sit back and whatever happens is whatever happens? And that's what the situation is with Tommy. If you really had a bad feeling about that guy, you should have said something. If not, then let the chips fall where they may.
Lots of people says. Happy Punch also has his medical exam, which should have his diagnosis. Wings put the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He sure as hell did. All right, let's keep going.
Sleepisnerlax says. Why did Duty and Kim fall out slash?
I'm gonna need some context on that. Like I said, I'm way behind, so I'll try to catch up. I need a little bit more clarification on that. Snorlax.
Dwight Race says. Golden Triangle Gaming Live. I feel when you give DSP less, then you'll get more out of him. Feeding the pig never helps anyone but DSP.
Exactly, you have to starve him. You have to starve him. You know what I'm saying? Look at the situation with that arcade stick. We'll get to that. But look at that situation. He sat there and botched that shit on Tuesday, right? Made himself look like a complete and utter moron. Wednesday, he saw every detractor, troll, hater, well, most detractor, trolls, haters, and critics mocking him and laughing at him and shit. Supposedly, it made it to the control builder section of Twitter. I can't verify that. And I don't know if it's made it on R Fighting Games, or it's called R Fighter, or R Kappa, or R Street Fighter yet on Reddit. I don't know if that's the case just yet. I need to look. But if it has, you know that's been eaten at him. So now, supposedly, someone's sending him a $400 arcade stick from Amazon, and he says, oh, well, they gave me the tracking information, but it doesn't tell me anything. Bitch, that's not how tracking works with Amazon. Last time I checked. And I've sent people shit and whatnot, and they always like, all right, man, let me know when it gets closer, whatever. And that's what you do. I can't send you a tracking number. I don't mind letting these people, because these are my peoples, I don't mind letting them have access to my account, but they're always like, nah. Just let me know when it gets closer, whatever, and I'll look out for it. So who the fuck is just going to who's someone that you don't know is going to randomly send you a $400 arcade stick out of nowhere? And they sent you the tracking information, but you're saying that the tracking information doesn't tell you what's in the package. But it tells you when it's going to show up. That's not how Amazon tracking works. Who the fuck are you fooling? But whatever, we'll get to that.
SR says. Phil would have to have seen himself as Keemstar's equal making fun of Wings and Boogie.
Agreed.
Comrade Ecommissar says. Tard wrangling is a hard job.
You know it.
Nocturnal says. Big ups. SR
Big ups.
says. But if he can't control comments, he would have bugged out after a day or two anyway.
And that's a fair point, but look at Wings. Wings tried to he was trying to control the narrative on lolcow Reddit, and eventually he gave up on it because he can't. He needed the money so bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was so desperate for the money that he just let it go.
Wooden Ox says. Oh shit, an evening GTG. Big ups.
Big ups.
System 23 says. Boy got pistol whipped. Adam says. I'm waiting for the Rikita body cam footage released. It's going to be grisly.
Me too. I actually want to see how the body cam footage comes out too, because that house has to be in squalor, or at least it used to be honest. And then the fact that the youngest child was on coke, which they're probably not the only child, but that was the child that had the highest dose. I mean, we'll see.
Amadeus Helsing says. Hello Triangle.
What's up, Helsing?
Agent Proper says. Tommy had a hockey podcast.
He did.
Almighty Gookie says. The body cam still hasn't released. It's been 3 weeks. AMD still no footage.
They might not release it, but they have to edit that stuff down though too.
Waterbed 4000 says. Hey GTG, did you hear about the LTG daughter situation?
We did. That's just completely and utterly fucked. I talked about it earlier on in the stream, but yeah, we spoke about it. Well, it's just like what Cat Williams said early on in the year. It's going to be the year that people get exposed. And like I said, it's, you know what I'm saying? It's summertime. It's hot as fuck out in this bitch, and that's gonna, well, it's not, it's almost summer. Well, it is summer theoretically, but it's already hot out in this bitch, and that's good enough of a reason for most people.
Almighty Gookie says. I know I might be late, but did y'all see the Fight Stick mini saga? Man almost spent 1K and is now trying to make a story so Keith won't get mad. At least that's my Theo theory.
We'll hopefully if enough time permits, we'll get to it. We're definitely gonna talk about DSP, but yeah, we talked about that. I don't even know if cats is even a factor in that. But let me throw this at you real fast. Because like I said, I'm behind on the chat, but I do need to make sure this shit works, so that's my excuse. The thing about Cat's PC bothers me. And it bothers me because the other day, some of you might remember this. He said that it's been really hot lately, and they have 3 air conditioners going. They have one downstairs, then they have one in DSP's room, and then they have the other one in the room across from him, which used to be Cat's office/bedroom. And he says that all 3 of these air conditioners are blowing. But wait a second, that can't be true, because he said the reason why he hasn't rolled over to Cat's PC currently is because they've been using her room as a storage area. But that can't be true because they have the Nook, and that shit is full of stuff, plus all the garbage and shit down in the garage. So why would you fill her room all of a sudden with a bunch of stuff? And let's go ahead and talk a little bit about that. What stuff are you going to put in her room when you don't have any money? No, Phil. You said that because everybody keeps the meme going that Cat's in that room all day because she sleeps in there, and that's why you're so autistic about closing that office door all the time and whatnot. But he's saying that she doesn't even use that room anymore. But you have the air conditioner on in a room that's cluttered with junk? Make that make sense. And why is Cat really giving up her PC? The real reason why she's doing that is because of your ass. You scared her off the internet. You scared her from making YouTube content. You scared her from streaming. Now all of a sudden you can't convince Only Iced Coffee or any other fucking cuck to sit there and give you money for a brand new PC, so now you're going to go ahead and take her secondhand? That's weird. That's weird. Because where's Panda's old PC at? Why aren't you using that? Didn't you sit there and have streams for multiple weeks talking about PC parts? Why don't you upgrade one of either your old PC or Panda's old PC? Why do you have to go ahead and take hers? Semantics. We'll come back to that at a later time, but just something to get going around in your noodle. How do you turn the air conditioner on in a room that's cluttered that you can't even get into? Make that make sense.
Adam says, not yet. The farms is saying ITLLB soon, but the FOIA process is long and arduous when it comes to cases involving kids.
Exactly.
Bulan says, they fell out cause Dottie would put plus 30 minutes of lol cow and Keem felt a type of way.
Oh, right. We talked about that actually on another stream. You're right. But see, then again, interestingly enough, that's what Keem wanted. Keem wanted people to clip his stuff and put it up there. I will say this. A conversation should have been had between the two of them. That's all I'm saying. There should have been a conversation that had been had before people start throwing allegations on, did you strike me? Are you going to strike me? So on and so forth. I don't know. If we're all going to run around here acting like we're fucking professionals and we're not lol cows ourselves, or fucking autistic fucking idiots blaming everybody for the small shit, we should be able to talk to each other. Whether Duty reached out to him or whether Keem reached out to Duty. One of the two.
James the Lesser Express Lane says, exactly, he bought it. Doubly says, he prob put that fight stick on a payment plan just like that TV.
Yes, sir. And just like the other arcade stick too. Remember the one, actually, the same one he broke. The $300 joint that he broke was the same one that he bought after Evo last year. Remember, he went ahead and he bought a new controller, he bought a new membership for PlayStation Network, and he bought another copy of Street Fighter 6. And he did that all on the layaway plan or whatever it is that Amazon has. So now that's the second fight stick he ain't sat there and paid for. Because he's a fucking idiot.
System 23 says, there are no real tools in that house, just a Swiss Army knife and Velcro LOL.
Well, to be honest with you, Cat and DSP are the tools, to be honest. But I get what you mean. That was kind of sad. Right out of Swiss Army knife. What the fuck? We have no bag of tools anywhere at all. What the fuck?
Sleep Hisnerlax says, I hope we talk about the Link and his teenage hookup LOL.
We will. We'll speak of that on another stream. Because I have so many questions. Not just on Doc's side, but on Twitch's side too. I've got a lot of questions for either one. First things first, The fact that Doc has admitted, yes, I spoke to this person, their reminder, I got to cut you off. We're already done. We're already done. But I have questions still. I still got questions. I've got questions on his end, and I've got questions on Twitch's end. And then I got questions for all these other people floating around who had all this information and didn't say nothing. They had to go ahead and use the fucking Nick Merckx situation to go ahead and let shots get fired. Like, if everybody really had all this energy for Dr. Disrespect, they should have already pulled up in traffic and got him. Everybody's talking about NDAs and, like, you know what I'm saying, and other shit like that. And I don't think that's even really the case. Because why did a bunch of them just all of a sudden get fired? You know what I'm saying? So clearly they already broke their NDAs. Or whatever the case. That's a whole nother story. But we will eventually speak on that. I need to know more.
Comrade Ecommissar says, what I hate on lol cow show is that it's so manufactured instead of letting the cow be their regard selves and give some uninformed takes on controversial topics.
Exactly. They're trying to put the show doesn't have structure, but the structure that they're trying to give it makes it's not organic, it's not authentic. You know what I'm saying? You've already rustled the cows in, right? Put a bunch of topics and a bunch of video clips in front of them and have them react to it. Just do that. Isn't that the whole point of them having a team behind the scenes to make all that happen? You don't even have to prime them, if you will, on topics. You present that to them, like the day of the show, and just have an organic reaction to it. You know what I'm saying? Or if you do want to make it structured, have them look for some clips of themselves, and then you guys have some clips, and they only need to be 5 minutes or so, and then make it work like that if you're trying to stay within a 45-minute to an hour structure. Obviously, someone like me, I can't do that because I talk too goddamn much, and you already know this. But, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure you can corral the monkeys to do that shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I mean, truth be told, you could probably get a longer show out of it if they... I'm not giving fucking Keem no ideas and shit. You gotta pay me. Matter of fact, let Keem know. You go ahead and you talk to Proper, and then Proper work out the details, he can holler at me. And then you want to do business, we do business. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because, what the fuck? Like I said, if you guys don't capitalize off what happened over the last 24 hours, 48 hours, it's just going to be dead in like 6 months. And I'm not saying I'm here to fix it, nor can I fix it. But what that whole situation with Boogie should tell them is that they need to change what they're doing. What they're doing currently does not work. And it needs to change. On top of that, if Boogie's going to stay on the show, whatever. If Wings is going to stay on the show, whatever. They need to put out content. They need to be streaming more. They need to get their faces out there, for better or worse. And they need to be promoting the show constantly and consistently. That's what's going to help that show. If not, if they keep being stagnant off the show, what the fuck do you expect them to bring to the show? Make that make sense.
Almighty Gookie says, thoughts on J. Cole's grippy GTG?
Allow me to reserve my thoughts for a future response. So let me have some more time to let that swim through my noodle for a minute. I will say Kendrick's Not Like Us video is if you're a Drake fan, that's a hard shit to watch, especially at the end with the owl. First it looks like the owl's not in the cage. He's just looking at Kendrick. But then when Kendrick walks away and it's literally in the cage, the fucking whole OVO fucking logo and shit, that shit is fucking powerful. And that's demonic. That's demonic. You know what I'm saying? That's ripping a human being to the lowest common denominator. And I saw DJ Academic's response or reaction to that white party that happened, I guess last weekend or whatever. Yo, if you float around certain hip hop circles or whatever, there's some footage of like people that were at that party or whatever, and Drake was looking super uncomfortable. He didn't want to talk to nobody. The way he dissed Wayne, not when I say dissed him, how he didn't acknowledge him, and the only people that talk. What did Wayne say? Wayne said that I think Gorilla and Tom Brady were the only people who showed him love at that party. No one else did. And that's because allegedly Drake ain't sat there and fucking poisoned the well, because Drake is upset that Weezy didn't jump in on this beef. But that's not Weezy's beef to jump in. When the whole situation with Pusha T happened, that was Pusha T and Wayne. That had nothing to do with you. You're the fan, remember? You're the one who bought the the Pusha T microphone that looked fake, but it had an autograph on it, so you went ahead and bought it off eBay or whatever the fuck. You're a stan. You should have sat your ass on the sideline. Weezy ain't gonna jump into that shit with Kendrick. Why would he? Him and Kendrick fuck with each other. So why would they? Whatever. Like, nah. That's just nah. That don't look good. You don't get to run around. Dude, that's like if I go ahead and I just start shooting shots at every detractor I see moving. And then when shit go down, I'm like, I'm sitting here mad as fuck because ProleteR, James the Lesser, Jackal's Lair, anybody that I fuck with, none of them showed up to be like, to pull me out. That's not how that works. When I pulled out the steel and shit and I started busting my shots, that was all on me. I have to stand on that. No one else needs to be jumping in that. That's my fight. I want all the disses because that's why I started it. I can't get mad because people didn't come in and defend me. That's not how that worked. I can understand why they keep calling Drake a boy because I still ain't seen the man in him yet.
Mob Mama says, how different would DSP's situation be now if he'd taken Keem's 50 grand?
I think he would still be begging and bitching and everything like he still does. But I think he would how do I word this? His self-importance would rise as more and more attention comes to Locale Live. But then, like any good thing that happens over a short period of time, it's going to fizzle out because DSP is going to start getting pissed off when he realizes less people are paying attention to the daily therapy session, the Bottom Bitch podcast, and everybody only gives a shit about what's going on Locale. It's going to siphon attention away from him eventually, and eventually he's going to feel a certain type of way about it. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a great example. Look at the vest streak. The vest streak was the easiest money DSP has ever made in his entire fucking life. It was the easiest money. And he kept fucking with it. He kept fucking with it by adding variety with the vests or one thing. But he fucked with it when he saw that the platinum vest became like the go-to. You know what I'm saying? And then an asshole like myself comes around and says, he looks like Mr. Potato Head wrapped in aluminum foil. This is the new dress up and all that other bullshit that myself and other people said. He started to get butthurt about that. Then he started to get mad that people weren't giving him money fast enough. He wanted it at the beginning of the stream. So when he plays games, he thought more money would organically show up later. So hit the tips goal now. And then when gameplay starts, he thought there would be a whole nother windfall that happened. And he didn't plan that out right, so he became more resentful for that. And when it ended because he laid down the foundation for it to end. He can blame that on detractors and all that bullshit all he wants, but truth be told, he's really the architect of it. Or, as I've always told you guys, DSP is his greatest detractor. He is his worst enemy. You give DSP enough rope, he'll hang himself. And that's exactly what happened. And Locale Live would have been the exact same thing.
Frederick Dawson says, GTG, what's up, my guy? You been good?
I'm doing all right, man. Hopefully you're doing well yourself. Big ups to everybody in chat.
Sheer King says, it's not true, you. Mob Mama says, agreed, DSP intending to abscond with Cat's PC, takes me off, big time. And
it should, and I'm not saying in a white knight sort of way, but it's really foul. Like you can, there's another, I think anyway, there's another motive by taking her PC, her computer away from her than just the fact that he needs one really, really bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if Cat is getting the itch to make content because she doesn't have to show up on stream or even show up in a video. She just needs to talk. I don't know if she's getting an itch for that. I don't know if things are going on in the Snort Fort where she's probably talking back a little more, or maybe she has some demands. I'm not sure what it is, but something has triggered him to go after her PC. He didn't just wake up one day and decide to do it. Not if you've been sitting there trying to coach your fucking dents to do it for the better part of a year. Something has happened to prompt him to do it. I haven't figured that part out yet, but I'll put it out there and get your guys' noodles, get the noggin jogging, if you will, and maybe you guys will figure something out.
James the Lesser Express Lane says, she's trapped downstairs, unable to take the stairs.
That's funny. That's a great Chantel Foodie Beauty reference if you... I'm not sure if you meant to do that, but that is a pretty good reference if that was the case.
Michael Krynakowski says. Piggy living his best kook life.
Indeed.
Mob Mama says. So fucked up. Crypto32123 says. They gotta store all the DoorDash containers and litter bags somewhere. GTG, the garage was too full and the garbage disposal can't handle it. You know he tried LMAO.
Well said.
Adam says. Nothing would have changed, all that money would disappear just like all that Vest Streak money. He took her PC which she built with her own money. Imagine stealing your wife's socket wrench set as a man.
It's not his wife though, they're just roommates, remember? This is a relationship of convenience. Don't buy into this nonsense that there's any love there or whatever the case may be. This is all an arrangement, man. This is all an arrangement.
Jesse Green 619 says. Have it on in a room, no one use that money down the drain.
Very true, Jesse, very true. Agent
Proper says. I heard rumbles of Boogie's tism diagnosis may be fake as well.
It probably is, but what's more interesting about the Boogie thing, it's on video, it's out there too, by the way. I'm not sure if it's on Alyssa Clips. Somebody has it, but after the situation with Frank Hassel, Boogie either started rumors or he heard rumblings of Frank Hassel being into some heinous shit, and instead of coming out and saying it, he went ahead and he wanted to disseminate the information through other people, through proxies, and get them to do it. And none of them ran it because it was coming from Boogie, so they didn't trust him. And the fact that, Boogie, you're the one that got harassed by the guy, why aren't you standing on business and saying something about it? So that thing is out there too, but that's an old rumor, to be honest, and it didn't go anywhere, and it's like that for a reason.
Spitfire01 says. Are you aware of Sirix getting banned completely from YouTube?
No, I'm not, but I'm not surprised though either. I mean, it's been a long time coming if you ask me.
Adam says. Twitch wanted to get rid of the doc and his friends were competitors. This is a miracle for them.
Possibly. I just, there's something really wrong with that story. You know what I'm saying? That's like, you know, you're sitting back. It's literally like them sitting there defending him and whatnot. What did you guys have to lose? You know what I'm saying? Unless there's something wrong with those allegations. Unless those allegations aren't completely on the up and up. But that's neither here nor there. If it don't come out, it don't come out. So, who could say? Let's see here. Fucking I lost my place.
Agent Proper says. We can do business together, GTG.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you already know that though. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, if Keem wants to sit there and make some moves or whatever, then he can holler at you. He can holler at me. And as long as the money's cut up right and shit like that, and there's a level of understanding. I don't need creative control. I don't need to be boasted about. I don't even need to be. I probably do want to be listed and shit on the credits or whatever. But other than that, I don't need to be the front face of it. But there's clearly things need to change. And I'm not saying anybody can put forth that thought to them, but things need to change. And one of the things that needs to change is everybody that's on that show needs to pump out more content. Now, Tommy C already does his own thing. That is what that is. And truth be told, Tommy C is not really, he's not even not really, he's not a good fit for that show. Just because he can do it doesn't mean that makes him a good fit. But if Tommy's going to be there, he's already putting out content. He's already doing what he's doing. He just comes across as he's tired. And I don't blame him. But Boogie, if he decides to stay, and Wings need to fucking man the fuck up and do shit. Speaking of which, as it pertains to Wings, how are you going to let your wife go to Niagara Falls by herself like that, dude? That chick's out here losing weight. You know there's a bunch of trolls out there waiting to hit that just so they can throw it in your face. And she know that too. But you're too lazy to go to Niagara Falls with her. You finally go on vacation and shit that you're paying for, and you weren't even man enough, nor did you have the foresight to actually go out there and take advantage of that time. Shit, you're the result of corn, porn, country pussy. Why the fuck aren't you gonna go out there and actually look at some shit? You're already out there. You ain't seen nothing but some backwater shit pretty much your whole goddamn life. Why the fuck wouldn't you take that opportunity to actually do something? See, you're gonna go out, see, it ain't gonna be long until it comes out that, you know what I'm saying, Kelly had been fucking around, and you're just gonna sit there like the usual cuck and be like, well, you know, it is what it is. End of story.
SR says. Muttering bloated incoherent cows just isn't compelling viewing.
Agreed.
Almighty Gookie says. Strictly Dickly. SR says. You need like a 50:50 ratio of tab and lolcow to make it watchable.
Agreed.
SR says. Or imo lolcow.
MO, thank you. But I would also say though too that you can't have a troll on there every show. Like you have to spread that out. You know what I'm saying? You really, really need to spread that out. And there's ways of building that up. Like for example, if we go back to, because he just came across my feed, if you look at the situation with 007 when he went up there, right? There could have been a massive amount of build up to that. You know what I'm saying? Like that could have been really impactful. One of the top gunners in the fucking Wings community is coming on lolcow live and he's ready to fire shots at Wings. And there was barely any promotion for that shit. And it's very clear that everybody on that show was going to stand on business against him, despite what he was going to say. That's very obvious. It doesn't take much to read the room on that. I'm sure 007, looking back at it, sees that. But fucking A, the build-up they could have done for that show could have been... I'd have had that shit splattered everywhere, to be honest. I want everybody to come out there and see that shit, to be honest. You know what I mean? Because it can be because on the show, it can be one-sided, meaning that they close ranks around Wings and everybody against 007. But if it had more promotion, right? And if you had just a few people that were willing to stand on business on 007 side or whatnot, you could have had the back and forth between 007. You could have had the back and forth between the chat. Throw the chat in the fucking sub-only mode. Make those guys go ahead and sub to the fucking channel, and then make them throw super chats and shit to fucking speak on 00's behalf. You could have bled. Everybody could have gotten bled out that night. Everybody could have gotten bled out that night. And then you go ahead and you tell 007 later on down the line, you know, hey man, you want to come back on later on to argue this or whatever? You want to bring a friend with you? You can do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like you gave us a compelling argument tonight. So why don't you go back, lick your wounds, and then you come back to me later and maybe bring yourself some backup. Because it wasn't like 007 got a fair one on there. But I will also say that the way he wanted to convey his arguments, it wasn't going to work. Not against them. Not in that way. That wasn't going to happen. They were already up against him before he even got on the show.
Almighty Gookie says. Drake all in his feelings yet again.
He's going to stay in his feelings, bro. I don't know how you're going to really come back from that.
Dwight Race says. This is what happens when you deal with a guy named Aubrey. LOL.
That's pretty good, actually.
Audrat255 says. He made over 30K and squandered every dollar.
I mean, it's not like we didn't expect him to squander that money. That money was spent the moment that bitch came in, and we told you that a long ass time ago. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was very obvious it was. After like 5 days of the vest streak being successful, you knew he was blowing that money on WWE champions. If anything, if you look at his WWE champion spending pre vest streak, and then you look at it after, it explains why the numbers are so high to even to this day, despite the fact that the income has gotten lower and lower. Because DSP won't change his lifestyle. Once he's accustomed to something, he stays with it.
Excalibur 2010 says. And the vest streak ended earlier because he doesn't know how to count.
That's true. It ended at 70. I should know this. It either ended at 73 or at 76. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It ended at 273, so I think it ended at like 76. But then again, it ended at 73 or 76 originally, but he fudged the numbers. But some people believe that it actually ended in the 60s, in the high 50s, late 60s. There was one night, where numbers weren't adding up and shit and whatever. And to be honest with you, let's go ahead and double tap that ass. Recently, didn't DSP say, oh, when I get tips, you don't know what I'm making. You only know what I tell you. This, that, and the third. When he admitted that automatically goes back to every quote-unquote DSP detractor theory that was ever out there that he was faking tips. He went ahead and confirmed it as far as I'm concerned.
Splinter47 says. Yo. Splinter47 says. Big ups.
Big ups.
James the Lesser Express Lane says. Get in on the NVIDIA split.
Indeed. You already know. you already know.
Diagonal Crunch says. It took him this long to use the PC, you know he has asked before.
That's a fair point.
Frederick Dawson says. GTG, I been off Phil for the last 2 months. The Goblin of Akron crazy. Anything new with DSP?
Not necessarily. Outside of him, as far as I've seen, outside of him jacking up his arcade stick, him raging about Street Fighter, nothing really in particular. But like I said, I have some videos that I need to do over the weekend, and we'll see what's what. But I do have some things that I did see that at least interest me. So we'll see what other people think.
Adrad255 says, I think he's just getting desperate. He knows he needs a better PC but doesn't want to buy one, nor are the dents willing to fund it.
Agreed.
Waterbed 4000 says, GTG, why can't he just flip the 3K lemon?
Because he doesn't know how to wipe the system, and he doesn't want to give anything up because he knows the detractor's going to buy it and whatnot. That's what it comes down to. Because if Jay was a little more savvy, he would have wiped that computer the moment Rich sent it to him. Because remember, if the PC was initially lined up for DSP, and then all of a sudden he sends it to Jay, if I was Jay, I would just have the fucking system wiped. If not, if he doesn't know how to do it, then send it to someone who does, to be honest. But that's just me.
Jesse Green 619 says, Don T, forget the 300 joystick he got was more he want but not get Blood Sun Jaspers.
Agreed. The blood test situation is always gonna stain DSP. Whether you're a cat lover or not. That you would put your fucking cat son, you would put an arcade stick over your cat son. Because you're so envious about what's going on Evo weekend. And you're so desperate to want to be a part of it. Which is the whole situation about Street Fighter. We'll talk about that as either later on as this goes on, or if not, it'll be in a video. Probably another stream this week, maybe.
Almighty Gookie says, what if Philly is taking the PCBC? Keith kept ducking out on those collab streams that never happened.
So essentially as punishment, I like how you're thinking. I like where that's going. Very good.
Bulin says, you are right, CTG, there is still a lot between Doc and Twitch that real SUS.
Agreed. And I think, there are questions, and no one should be criticized just because they have questions to ask. Now, if you feel a certain type of way about me right now because I want more clarification, I have questions or whatever, then so be it. I'm not going to discourage you from that. I'm not going to make excuses for it. I have questions. I do very much have questions. The fact that he's admitted the situation that he was speaking to a minor, he's automatically cut off. I don't stand on that. I don't know anybody else who does too. But that doesn't mean I still don't have questions. And I want those questions answered.
Adam says, I wonder she's meeting up with the Shoe Baron.
Morning after kill? Maybe. I mean, after that new, what game is that? That dude likes to play a lot. Borderlands. Once Borderlands 4 comes out and all that Borderlands 4 money comes in, I'm sure Morning After Kill will slide back into those DMs. I'm sure he will. Big ups to Morning After Kill.
Gray Fox 2000 says, thoughts on DSP butchering 2 fight sticks because of dropped inputs? Also think he will blame the ProleteR fight stick he's getting donated.
Yes. First things, sure, why not? Let's go ahead and go with it. The reason why the fight stick thing proves what I've already been saying. There is no dropped inputs. There is no botched button presses or any of that bullshit. It's him. It always was him. He's the problem. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's a big difference, right, between instinct and philosophy. Let me explain. DSP is someone who relies on his instincts, reactions, and reflexes. He thinks he sees something that's not there, and he reacts to it. For a philosophy, you need tactics and strategies. You need forethought. You need anticipation. DSP doesn't know anything about the latter, and he lives and dies by the former. All he has is his instinct. His instincts aren't very good. He sees things that aren't there. He's pressing buttons that he shouldn't be pressing. If anything, he's just as much of a button masher as anybody else he accuses of. You saw, actually, to be honest with you, you saw a little bit of that today. You saw him when he was... Matter of fact, let me bring you in. Let me bring you in, because now I feel a certain type of way now. Now I feel a certain type of fucking way. Give me a second. Let's go to the source. I'm gonna go to raw. I'm gonna go to raw fill. I'm gonna go to raw fill. Here it is, right here. Okay, hold on a second. Let me see. Do I have a video setting for this? If I do, then I can just bring you right in on this. Let's see here. And I can show you in real time, or at least as best I can, what I'm talking about. It's not there. I'm sorry, Chad, give me just a second. Give me just a second, because I'm a professional, not a professional. Just play one on YouTube occasionally. I do miss doing content though. Gotta be honest. Is this it? Actually, this might be the wider screen version. All right. Okay, let me do this. Okay, I think you might have heard that. So let me bring raw fill in, and then let me see if I can bring you in here. Well, it's not actually, the source isn't visible. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Let's not try that one. Let's try maybe. Interesting. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, here we go. I don't know how I fucked that up originally, but okay. All right, chat. I need you to bear with me a little bit on this, because there's something in particular that I'm looking for. Let's see here. Actually, here, let me cut this out and I can go right to it. What am I looking for? He had a fight with a Ken player, a Ryu player that he said was mashing. This might be it. This might be it. Okay, bet. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, chat. Let me go through a few more of these real fast, and then we're going to jump into this, because there's something I want you guys to see.
Adam says, no surprise he's destroyed other donated hardware. He doesn't care about the stuff he owns. Hence why he's still on level 1 and will continue to stay on level 1.
Indeed.
Lux says, GTG night stream. Rare.
And I think having a I don't know, a late night with Snortbucks or Snortbucks after hours, whatever it decides to be, I think it'll be a cool change of pace and whatnot. Then maybe we can bring some people in and whatnot. It could be fun.
Lux says, nothing new with DSP, just more pathetic begging. I took a break too and he has done nothing new lately.
And true in a lot of ways, actually.
System 23 says, he fears computers.
He fears a lot of things.
Lux says, he won't even put up $70 for new games. Why would he buy a new PC or anything else? Actually,
now that you brought that up, it's funny that instead of buying a $400 piece, a new $400 stick, DSP literally could have just bought a Xbox to PS5 adapter off Amazon for like $20 or $30 and just done that. But semantics. Excuse me. He has to keep up with the Joneses and shit. And then even more crazy than that, I was gonna save this for my video, but I'll say it now and I'll bring it up in the video later. Dude, there's a bunch of custom arcade stick makers on Twitter and on Instagram, by the way, too, and on Reddit. There's a shitload of them. He could have got himself a arcade stick to whatever configurations that he wanted for less than what he paid for the manufactured shit. You know what I mean? Like for someone who tells you, oh, the FGC didn't like this, the FGC didn't like that, he don't seem to know really much about the FGC, does he? Imagine that.
Splinter 47 says, most people would kill you, make the money. Phil does. Crazy how he's so terrible with money. his problems would be solved if he stopped playing WWE champions.
But he can't, because it's an addiction. And it's the only thing that gives him gratification. DSP hates games. I'm sure you've heard a bunch of people say that. But WWE Champions is something he's been doing so long, it gives him validation. It makes him feel like he's accomplished something. That's the reason why he's so desperate to be good at Street Fighter 6. That's the reason why he keeps he keeps purchasing every every version of Super Turbo or re-release of Super Turbo he can get his hands on. It's the only thing that he's ever been successful in, or what he perceives to be successful. And he can't let it go. When you're told every day on the internet that you're a loser, that you're a failure, that you're a fucking addict, that you're a groomer, that you're all these different things, but you can go to WWE Champions, you're part of your little guild, and you go ahead and you make all this, and you spend all this money to build your profile up or whatever, and it's contributing to your guild, so they find value in you, why would someone in his position give that up? I'd like to hear what Steve of the Dead has to say about that, actually.
SR says, yeah, watch AJS #DS positive video from 10 plus years ago. Crazy how nothing really has changed.
But see, here's the thing though, here's the kicker. DSP has told us that. How many times has DSP said, I don't know what happened, guys. I kept doing the content that everybody liked. I didn't change. Everybody else changed. YouTube changed. The audience changed. I did what made me popular 10 years ago. Why? So I don't understand why everybody's coming down on me and saying, I'm wrong. I'm doing everything wrong. I'm not listening to people. I'm not doing what everybody wants, when I'm just doing what made me popular. I know some of you know what I'm talking about, and you heard DSP say that, because he has said that quite a bit.
Vicious says, nice a GTG stream, big ups.
Big ups. Thanks for being here, by the way. Thank you to everybody, actually.
Lux says, Adam facts. It's obvious he doesn't give a shit about anything he's gifted or buys himself.
Agreed.
Excalibur 2010 says, there were some new things with DSP, his reaction to Dr. Disrespect drama and Rakata's situation. Lux says, Dodie posted a VID saying Phil lost the ability to receive gifted memberships. What's up with that?
I don't follow Duty close like that, so I'm not sure. What I heard though is DSP got flooded with some more of those Argentinian peso memberships or whatever. So I don't know if he's been so saturated that no one can purchase any, new memberships until they run out, or has DSP's account been flagged? I don't know, so I can't really speak on that. And let's give a big ups to Asian GTG for a minute. Speaking of which, I need to put an insert in here for proper in galtopia.net. Chat, or someone on the playback later on, someone remind me of that, please. I need to do that. That's a priority.
Nightbot says, follow Yojabeelts on link.
Indeed. Okay, let's see. Let me run through this and see if there's anybody else I need to pick up real fast, and then let's jump to this video.
Excalibur 2010 says, there's a reason why DSP was never good in MVC2, Third Strike, and SF Alpha series. He can only get 4th place on a subpar Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo game that most people refuse to play.
My man, and I've been trying to say that. And here's the thing, let me clarify this, because I've been asked this before. When I tell you, I don't understand why other detractors, trolls, haters, and critics believe that DSP is good at fighting games. I'm not being petty about this, or I'm not trying to say that they're stupid because they don't see things my way. I'm not saying any of that. What I am saying is, how is it that we can call DSP out on everything else? DSP is bad at everything he plays. He's bad at everything that he's done, from YouTube to Twitch to just streaming and content creation altogether. Making friends, holding on to friends, establishing relationships, making meaningful relationships, whatever. He's bad at everything. Why would you think that he's good at at not even fighting games, but at Street Fighter? His highest placement was in a fucking pathetic, watered down fucking version, right? That most people that the majority of people didn't play, didn't even buy, didn't even bother practicing. And he got beaten out by 3 Japanese players who didn't even have access to that version of the game. Why do you think DSP was the only one who grinded out? He grinded the shit out because he was following everybody on SRK, Capcom United, and Event Hubs. So he knew who was going and who wasn't. That's why he bought the game as soon as he could get his hands on it. That's why he grinded that shit out for weeks leading up to EVO. That's why he showed up to EVO earlier in the week and grinded out in the cabinets and grinded out playing that game leading up to the tournament. And then he still got cleaned up by 3 players who'd never even played in that version of the game. If you really want to stand on business and say DSP is an actual good player, then fair enough. We can agree to disagree. But he's not. And I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that he is. Not to say that I'm calling them liars. Because if they believe what they believe in, then they're not lying. But I'm not going to sit here and do that. I know better. And I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody else. I'm saying I know better. Just like how when he was running around for years saying that, oh, in 2007, I went to every EVO qualifier for Super Turbo and won. I went ahead and made a video proving that he didn't. He went to each one of those qualifiers. And placed high enough to get seeding. He didn't win all of those qualifiers. And he was just gatekeeping. Most people didn't even bother with it. Why do you think he did so well when he went to them? Anybody that was in top 8 for any of those qualifiers got seeding. He went there to gatekeep, but he also thought that if he accumulated enough high seeding rates, it would get him higher to grand finals, or it would at least get him higher in the brackets. And it didn't, because there was no point in doing so. That's the reason why they passed his all of his qualifier seedings. Sorry, that's the reason why they gave his seedings away to other people. Not because he was so goddamn dominant. It's because they weren't gonna go ahead and just push him higher up in the placement just because he had, 3 or 4 qualifier seedings under his belt. That's stupid. That's literally the same type of corruption that he accused the FGC of doing when they were sitting there allowing people to float through brackets. That's floating. That's legitimately floating. It's one of the things that infiltration is being, well, it's one of the reasons why infiltration is not in the Street Fighter community anymore. But it was one of the things that he was being accused of. Everybody thinks, let me clarify this, by the way, it's really important. A lot of people think that the reason why infiltration is no longer in the FGC, or let me reword that, is no longer in the Street Fighter community is because of the alleged beating of him and his girlfriend, wife, or whoever that is. That's actually not the case. And it's also not even the racist comments and stuff that he made too. It's actually not about that either. It's about the collusion. It's not the only thing I should say. The collusion and collaboration he had been doing over the years to get certain players into higher positions in tournaments and whatnot. That's the stuff that that's one of the major reasons. It's collusion. That's the shit that Capcom is probably one of the things that Capcom really hit him for. And no one really wants to speak on that. Now, Ernesto or Button Check has mentioned it, but no one really wants to delve into that because it's easier to go with the salacious shit. But if you have a top player who is helping other Korean players, allegedly, move higher up in the brackets, right? Or getting better placements in the brackets. So there are more Korean players in the top 16, in the top 8, even in the top 4. That's a problem. Just let that float in your noodle for a bit. All right.
Jesse Green 619 says, also he should take pick joystick part so he can put back together.
He should, but he won't, Jesse. He could have easily have looked at a video on YouTube and been able to fix it. He's just an idiot.
Jesse Green 619 says, he wants Super Turbo back so bad.
And that's the reason why he didn't play Street Fighter V. Because for some reason, he got it in his head that Street Fighter V was going to be the second coming of Street Fighter 6, and it wasn't. I don't know why exactly, but that's what the situation was.
Comrade Ecommissar says, maybe DSP not buying a PC is because he can't get a custom build on installment?
Ooh, that's actually... Yeah, actually, I never thought about that. If his credit... Because any PC builder out here, from CyberPower to iBuyPower and any of these other places, you can usually get stuff on credit and then pay it down in installments. But what if the bankruptcy? Okay, I get it. I'm a little slow, but I get it. his credit's so jacked up that he couldn't get, then why not just buy a pre-build off of Amazon then? See, I got questions. Big ups. I got questions. I got a lot of questions.
Gray Fox 2000 says, the Ken only took what was free.
Indeed. You can't, I mean, dude, it's like the old additive, right? Or the old narrative, you know what I'm saying? Don't reach for what you can't grab. Don't grab for what you can't hold. You know what I'm saying? It's same shit. There's 2 other tomes to it, but I'm gonna save that. It explains the reason why Kat is as big as she is. Don't at me on that. I said what I said.
Stray Fox says, he has no idea the value of $1. He thinks his pigs will always keep giving him shit.
And actually, I'm glad you said that, Stray Fox, because think about John. He didn't value John because he thought he could treat John any way he wanted, and John would always be there. So big ups.
Whack says, yo big ups GTG.
Yo, big ups.
Mob Mama says, then he would just claim the adapter caused lag.
I know. I just wanted to see if anybody would pick that up. Big ups, Mob. See, I need to stop making content because y'all starting to smarten up on shit. I don't like that. I don't like that shit. Where's the banana at? Pause. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. I have to drop a dime on them motherfuckers.
Almighty Gookie says, the funny thing about the arcade stick saga is that the Victrix has the same lever as the Quanba 2. So he's really just buying bougie shit for no reason, lol.
I know, and that's the great part. He's so ill-informed that he's just gonna go ahead and get back into the same shit. It's fantastic. Gotta love it.
Almighty Gookie says, TBHTHR Anka big development this summer has been Phil damage controlling before the June doc that's coming out in the fall. He's gonna hate June.
So is Review Tech USA. I'm waiting to see how Review Tech reacts to his documentary too. I'm really looking forward to that shit.
Almighty Gookie says, the membership thing is a glitch that's been happening. It happened to Meerkat.
It's been around for a long time. It's over there on Twitch too to some degree, and whatnot. I don't know if I would say, at the end of the day, there's no real incentive for YouTube to do anything about it unless it affects super chats or super thanks. If it's just for fucking memberships, that's not even that big of a deal, to be honest with you. At least I think so. I'm not saying that they won't fix it, but it is what it is. Speaking of which, let's talk about Meerkat for a minute. Big ups to the homie Meerkat for standing on business and telling Rich, hey, if you're not man enough to stand on business and raise your kids, I'll do it for you. Big ups to that. Big ups to that. But let me go further. Rich sat there and had a spurg out about Meerkat, saying that, oh, you know, he didn't like my music and this, that, and the third, and why don't you come to my barbecue, man? Why don't you come to my barbecue? Nothing will happen. I'll just go ahead and slap your face onto the grill. No. All this tough talk. And yet, Meerkat still walked his ass down on Twitter, and then Review Tech disappeared. But there's something that people didn't catch. In that same stream, Review Tech said the following. I don't understand what the problem is with Meerkat. You know what I'm saying? That dude never liked me. And I'm talking about before the Jay situation. You know, he didn't like me. He didn't like my music. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand why he didn't like me. Now, something about that set me off. Because I was thinking to myself, why would you care if Meerkat liked you or not? Why would that be something that bothered you that much? Now, I told ProleteR about this, not last night, the night before, about what my thoughts were on what the situation is. I will give you guys a piece of that right now. I think Review Tech USA used duty to build a bunch of detractors around him. Once he felt that he had enough clout and he had enough influence, quote unquote, in the detractor community, he was going to try to get over there with Meerkat, try to learn production of music through him, and then use Meerkat's name to springboard him into making the meme music and shit and be able to sell it. Then I think he wanted to try to cozy up to the members of That Being Said, try to get himself into that circle, try to build that bit of a fan base. And then the end game was to try to get the interview with Tevin. That's my thoughts. He was basically just trying to use the DSP detractor community from the inside. He had been around lingering or grifting long enough to people understood his name and how big his channels were, even though his main channel don't mean a damn and the fucking streaming channel's already dead. But this is before he started the beef with Hogan and Hate Army and Shinko and all them dudes and whatnot. I think he was trying to use that demographic, and he'd been doing it from the beginning. And he got nervous, and he jumped the gun when the Mike Klum documentary was announced. And then people got concerned that if Review Tech was going to be involved, that would cause DSP to back out. Instead of him just sitting there saying, hey guys, I'm not going to fuck anything up. I want just the same thing you guys want. He did what all lol cows do, and he got defensive. Once he got defensive, he showed his ass. He showed his ass. And I've been telling people, don't trust that piece of shit. He's got a history of doxing. He has a history of using people's kids to go after his opponents. He's a scumbag. He's no different from any other lol cow. You had people in the DSP community trying to make their own lol cow when some of them were already in bed with one. Now look. Now no one is standing on business when it comes to Review Tech because they understand that he's a toxic asset. But he always was. He was always compromised. He was always damaged goods. And if Review Tech has something to say about it, hit up. You like you said, you and ProleteR used to be cool, so you hit up ProleteR, and we can go over there on his platform, and I'll go ahead and answer every question that you have. But know that I got questions too. They're going to be some stiff ones. No, your ex-wife hasn't seen anything stiff in a while. I got some stiff questions for you. I don't think you're going to be ready to answer them. So if you want that smoke, you can find me right there. Go ahead and talk to ProleteR and get it set up. I'm not going on your platform and making your broke ass any money. As much as I want to see your kids do well, because at least Meerkat wants to see your kids do well. So I guess I'm the other stepfather. Outside of me wanting to see your kids do well, I'm gonna make you earn that shit, bitch. And you're gonna come up there, I'm gonna cut the bacon off your motherfucking back. And you're gonna answer these questions too. You're gonna answer these questions. Know that. You're gonna answer these questions. Because if you don't, then you're guilty. Because that whole Dropbox thing and all that CP adjacent bullshit, you're going to explain that to me. And you're going to explain it again when I ask you to explain it again. And if there's a stutter in your voice, even for a second, if I feel the weakness in your soul for a minute, that's your ass. Mr. Postman.
Wolf of Midnight says, Meerkat was also having issues with memberships. It may have been a YouTube issue.
Everything's a YouTube issue. Everything is a YouTube issue. But I feel you on that.
Adam says, have you been paying attention to Egypt's journey on Insanity Road after marrying a literal succubus named Anissa?
I have.
It's full cringe and kinda sad.
It is sad. And that was her whole point though, to be honest. Like her and some of the women, if you want to call them that, who float around that group, they're all kind of weirdos. And it's very clear to see that iDub has troll remorse and whatnot. You've seen some of that a little bit in the detractor community too. But he has troll remorse, and he doesn't have an outlet to express it. So he ended up falling into the wrong hands, and well, there you go. There's more to it than that. We can talk about it at a later date.
Lux says, Phil is awful at fighting games. It makes me so mad when people who aren't into fighting games say he was decent BC. They're ignorant. He has always been trash and a masher who uses only top tiers.
Agree, but I don't want to take it out on other people because they don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't say I got upset at it or even really mad, but I would say I got a little bit frustrated at the fact that people feel that way. At the same time, me attacking you, for example, because you don't see things the way I see it, is not going to get my point across, let alone is it going to give me an understanding of where you're coming from, right? So I'm just going to keep fighting the good fight on my front, and time is undefeated. And though I don't need anything or anybody to validate what I feel or how I think or whatever the case may be, time will prove me right. And this third arcade stick will do it too. It will prove what I've always said, that he's trash. If you really think about it, right? Yet again, I was saving this for my video. But I don't write a script, so it is what it is. But if you really think about it, DSP has been online playing fighting games longer than he's playing offline. If you really think about it, in a competitive setting, you really think about it. Explain to me why he's so bad. Explain to me why someone like Pop, like Piece of Peace, right? Popped his cherry in Street Fighter 6, what, 6 months ago, let's say? It might have been more than that, it might have been less than that. And he's handed him his ass. Damn near consistently. And like I said, as far as I know, this is Pop's first fighting game. This is his first foray into this. And he's already got DSP figured the fuck out. Look at Raw Phil. I didn't even know Raw even played Street Fighter 6, to be honest with you. And his if I could come up with a hybrid, because I don't play Kanye, or I don't play her well, I should say. If I could have a hybrid between Piece of Peace, Raw Phil, and what's this other cat's name? It's this other dude named Jonas King or some shit. He's from Ireland or something. I'll see if I can find some footage on him one day and I'll show you what I'm talking about. This guy's fucking fantastic. His cami is just it's stupid. It's literally possessed by Satan. I swear to you. She is as sexy as Cammy is, I've never seen her so demonic. It's fucking insane. If I could have a hybrid between those three guys' styles, I'm going to Evo. Bet your ass I'm going to Evo. I'm gonna go to Evo. I'm gonna fucking have a jersey made. You know what I'm saying? With all of my detractors on, with all my favorite detractors on that bitch. And I'm going to Evo and shit. And I bet you I'll at least get into I should at least get into top 48 if I could have something between the three of that. All three of those guys are fucking silly. But the point being is that if someone like Piece of Peace can come in, and Peace doesn't, as far as I've seen, he doesn't rely on reactions and reflexes so much, but understanding spacing and understanding frame data and, you know what I'm saying, what's positive, what's negative, frame advantages and stuff like that. And look at how easy he cleans Phil up. And this goes back to the whole situation with instinct versus philosophy, right? You have someone like Piece of Peace that I feel like goes to the philosophy angle. This is just me. This is just off of what I've interpreted. I've never spoken to him on it or gotten his opinion, but that's just how I feel. He's someone who plans accordingly and anticipates. You can't always depend on reactions. You have to have a little bit of forethought of what's coming and what move can beat what in that particular situation. Whereas DSP is completely and utterly about reactions, which means he has to mash. And then what makes it even more crazy is Street Fighter has negative edging. I don't even know if DSP knows what that is, but he could negative edge a lot of his movements and he could save himself a lot of trouble, but he won't because he don't know how to. DSP has always tried to learn enough to win, but he's never been a winner. You know what I'm saying? And it's very hard to convey that message to people who don't understand where I'm coming from. And maybe that's because I'm not conveying it well. You know, it could be a lot of things. But I don't get mad at people for that. You know what I'm saying? Don't get upset at people for that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's people will eventually come along. Or, you know what I'm saying? Or come around. Eventually. And some people just need to see it for themselves.
Anthony says, DSP spends his life lying. If you believe anything he says, check yourself into a mental hospital.
I agree.
Mesitsu Dragon says, hey all.
What's up?
Mob Mama says, big ups Dragon. Ramza675 says, oh shit, what's up GTG?
What's up? How you been?
Nowhere H says, big UPS GTG, what your thoughts on Boogie faking his cancer diagnosis?
I think it's bullshit, but I think it's par for the course. I expect it from Boogie, to be honest with you. I just expect it. That doesn't make what he did right. It just means I expect it.
Kookie217 says,
oh shit, what's up, Goji?
do you think he's going to be on MVC2 again?
I think he's going to try to, and he's going to get cleaned the fuck up. I think he's going to try to, he's going to get cleaned the fuck up. And I think, honestly, I think he'll play MVC1 first if it's in the game, which I think it is. But I think, don't hold me to that. But with MVC2, he's hoping to do what he's doing now in Street Fighter 6. He's hoping to prey upon the weak. He's hoping to prey upon the inexperienced and or ignorant. That's what he wants. That's DSP's target base. is to go after the newbies, the scrubs, the inexperienced. That's how he builds his confidence, and that's how he tried to build. That's literally kind of what he did, actually. That's how he got fucking his characters a master, especially M. Bison. M. Bison is I don't want to say scrub friendly, but he's as user friendly as you're gonna get. And he has a lot of tricks, he has a lot of everything. But something he said a week or two ago was when he said, oh, well, when M. Bison hits you with that bomb, you're stuck now. Now all I gotta do is sit there and wait you out. And that's it. No, you don't. You either block it or parry it. Like, once you're infected with the bomb, if you block or parry, you're fine. What that does is it ticks the time down. So you put pressure on them and you set up the opening. Once the explosion happens, then you can build up off of it because you already know what to look for. DSP didn't see it that way. He thought he could just infect you and then he could just sit back and wait, like he did with Kat. He infected her and then she got fat and then she didn't want to do anything. And then he was like, now you can't leave me, horsey. And it's lame. It's unexpected. It's lame, but it's what I expect from DSP.
Excalibur 2010 says, RTU is a coward, he ran away from a boxing match with quartering.
Rich has run away from a lot of things. He's run away from a lot of conflicts and shit over the years. The boxing match is nothing. I expect him to do that because he doesn't want to get embarrassed. But Rich has run away from a lot of different confrontations. He's always been straight bitch. He's always been straight bitch. Why do you think he used to make all those tech videos back in the day? And then like a week or two later, every once in a while, there'd be an apology video to follow it. Like, it was always like that. Actually, matter of fact, Smash JT pointed that out when he first started making videos on Rich as of recent.
Splinter 47 says, let's take some calls from the request line. Caller number 1. Hey, man, what's up? This Dominique from Shaylil Trailer Park.
Maybe down the line. Trust me, I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about it.
James the Lesser Express Lane says, I gotta get to bed, work at 6 a.m., you all have a great night.
Hey, you too, brother. Have a good night, man. And big ups for coming by.
Doomer Ziggy says, one thing about the Rich J drama is Jay shared the channel in the beginning with a guy and a girl. Haven't seen anyone mention this. The channel also did collabs with Rich when the three shared it.
That's something I need to look into.
Wolf of Midnight says,
big ups on that.
I used to enjoy RTU videos, but after he attacked the quartering for no reason, I unsubscribed and stopped watching his videos. I've also stopped watching the quartering regularly as well.
See, here's the thing about Jeremy. Everybody thinks that Jeremy's kind of or quarter pounder. They think he's kind of innocent. He's kind of dopey. There's no maliciousness to him, and that's not the case. Like, he used to be one of fucking what's his name, Sargon of Akkad's like top capos back in the day and shit. He did a bunch of dirt. He tried to get fucking HeatMakerz channel taken down on some bullshit and whatnot, amongst other things. So I'm not here to change your opinion on quartering. He's a piece of shit, and I know he's a piece of shit, but like, he's not harmless. He's definitely a dope. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely goofy, but he's not harmless either. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the vitriol that he gets is well deserved too.
Almighty Gookie says, ever since Blackbuster Critic exposed Rich on the camera scam, I knew he was sus. Rich a fan, he a fan, he a fan. Boy needs to stay inside.
I agree.
Doomer Ziggy says, Almighty Gookie, I've seen videos, clips of that guy. Lots of people says, Phil surprisingly made the right move refusing Rich's PC since RTU put a keylogger in it. The piggy's greed saved his ass for once. I
do agree with that too. He like it's funny how DSP dodged that bullet, but when Rich was sitting here calling fucking detractors fucking weirdos and calling them lame for obsessing about DSP and following his money and all that bullshit, bitch, you or someone adjacent to you put malware on that PC to catch DSP slipping. And then what were you going to do with that? Oh, I think he was going to do the theory I told you guys a little bit earlier in this, where he was going to run back to the DSP detractor community and be like, hey, look what I found. And then you use Duty, you use Hogan, who was on his side at that time, you use Hate Army, you use anybody and everybody else that's kind of in that group to disseminate the information and shit, and everybody looks at Rich like he has a massive gotcha and shit. And then that right there was supposed to usher Rich in to top 10 detractor or whatever the fuck he tried to say all that time ago. If you think about it and whatnot, it kind of makes sense.
Grey Fox 2000 says, Go Giants.
If you know, you know.
Sheer King says, DSP doesn't see the flaws in his own playstyle, which is why he can't improve.
He doesn't actually have a playstyle though. That's the thing. Like, there is no structure to what he does. He is just as much of a flowchart pattern player as anybody else. He is just as much of a button masher and random super or someone who does random supers, I should say, as much as everybody else. He, if you look at his Alpha 3, at his Alpha 2 and his Alpha 3 Bison play, and you look at what he does now, it really isn't too much different. The only difference is he can't spam Bison's scissor kick super as often as he could in the Alpha series. But other than that, it's really just copy paste, in my own personal opinion.
Doomer Ziggy says, on Alphaism Radio some players said he used the CE Bison trap until he was forced to switch to Vega, then got fourth that year.
Because the thing is about the Bison trap is you literally have to understand the sequence and be able to cover the holes. DSP can't. And this goes back to what I tried to tell you. DSP can emulate something, but he doesn't actually understand why it works, right? So like, for example, if I really sat down and I tried to copy Piece of Peace or Raw Phil's like Cammy styles, right? Respectfully. Or even Goji Tanks in any of his match play, like his Sean or his Alys from Alpha 3. If I sit down long enough, I could probably emulate. I think anybody could. But that doesn't mean I understand why it works. And if I don't understand why it works, if I don't understand the necessary spacing, if I don't understand what I'm trying to bait out or what I should be looking for, or whatever the case may be, then I'm going to eventually get punished for it. It's like anything else. You know what I'm saying? And that right there goes back to the philosophy behind fighting games. Everybody has a pattern, right? It's as much as it's physical, as in you actually messing around with the controller and this, that, and the third. It's also psychological. You're playing a chess game with your opponent, and in a lot of ways, it's really like a game of chicken too. In some scenarios, DSP doesn't look at it from that deep of an angle, and he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to. Like if you take someone like IFC Yipes, right? Marvel 2. That dude, I remember in an old ass interview he did. He said that he looked at Marvel 2 like An 1 mixtape. You know what I'm saying? You understand the league, you understand the fundamentals, right? Of what basketball presents, right? But the NBA presents, I should say. But back in those days, and when you look at An 1, it was all about creativity, right? It was all about imagination. It's all about what can I do with this, and how do I use this here in my body, right? To do the most crazy shit imaginable within my physical means, right? There's still a thought process behind it, and there's obviously the instinct part of it too. Like it's a mesh between the two. You need to use your creativity plus any reactions or reflexes you have to make that shit work. DSP only has the reactions, but he's failed his body, and as the years have gone on, his mind has failed him. So he literally has nothing. He's running off fumes, if you will. And it's not the controller, it's not the internet, it's him. It's him. And he doesn't want to admit it because he knows it's already true.
Ice Yamamoto says, hello all. Kookie217 says, Grey Fox 2000 yes I'm Go Giants.
Indeed.
Grey Fox 2000 says, no I was talking about skills/styles he would mash together for Evo. Kookie217. Declan does says, yo a big ups GTG.
Yo, what's up Declan? How you doing, man? I need to catch up with you soon, man. I hope you're doing all right. Hope you're doing all right. Let's see. Okay, we're almost caught up,
Adam
chat.
says,
We're almost caught up.
DSP is too old, he's like Wings, he can't learn new ways to play fast enough and compete. Both carry a lot resentment. I've even noticed my own reaction times in games slowing down after hitting my 30s.
And see, that's the thing. Like I said, time is undefeated, right? So eventually, you're going to slow down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Reflexes are not going to be as crisp. Reactions aren't going to be there. So what do older players, whether, you know, in esports, even though esports has a really short shelf life, or in actual sports do, you find that they end up thinking more, right? You use what you use what you have physically, and you now apply a process or a strategy or whatever it takes behind that. You think a little bit more. You don't need to work as hard. You work smarter, right? And if you've never been a thinker like DSP, you'll never actually figure that out. You know what I'm saying? So he'll just stick to what he knows. The way DSP does anything is the way he does everything. And that has reigned true as long as I've been doing detractor content, and truth be told, even before I started. I may have been one of the first people to say it, but it's always rung true about DSP.
Almighty Gookie says, TBFJ hasn't given definitive proof on the keylogger to my knowledge.
No, not yet. That's actually a very fair point. But I wouldn't put it past Rich either. I wouldn't put it past Rich. And if he was a little bit more transparent about that Dropbox situation, I might be willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But the fact that you sat there and you threatened life ruination on 3 different people, and then now he feels comfortable calling people rapists and pedophiles and all this other shit. Then all of a sudden, Jay get fucked up, and then the first thing Rich do is fall back. The timing seems incredibly suspicious. Incredibly suspicious. But then you bring up another quandary that I'll let me put out there. If Rich knew that it was Jay that was accessing the Dropbox from the beginning, why did you blame that on Kino Casino? Hear me out. May 1st is when it was announced that Dropbox had been compromised. This is something well known. You can Google it. I'm pretty sure it was May 1st. May 3rd, Rich comes out with this cockamamie story about how his Dropbox gets hacked, and it was some dude from Canada, and he immediately puts that shit on Warski and PPP or Kino Casino. Well, that's weird because you knew that Jay had the PC, and you knew that the access to Dropbox was still on it because you didn't wipe it. So either you were too high, or you were purposely lying on Kino Casino while you were trying to bully Jay behind the scenes. Which one was it? Because I still can't figure out why Rich came out and admitted the whole Dropbox situation in the first place. No one put pressure on him. Now, I understand. Bear with me, chat. Let me cook. I understand that he sees that someone had access to the files and he got worried. But how would you not have thought it was Jay? What would have made you think it was Kino Casino? And the night that you came up with this story, if I remember correctly, Kino Casino was sniping you, which is the reason why they were talking about it in real time. It don't make sense. It really don't. Why did you panic? Why did Rich panic the way he did? And then why immediately throw it on Kino Casino when you knew that the computer you gave to Jay was compromised? And he had to know that it was compromised because, chat, why would you give your friend a compromised PC? Just think about that. Hold on a second, chat. Sorry about that, chat. That was milk and cookies and whatnot. So why would you give your friend of 6 years and business partner a compromised PC? Just something about.
Declan does says, let's be real about Rich though, he certainly is a super heavyweight in the detractor community.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. He's definitely heavy.
Almighty Gookie says, go Jaydabee the Og.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely an OG. Let's see here. I think we're pretty caught up. Now we got a few more. and then we'll get to this video.
Adam says, it's circumstantial evidence, but given Dicker's background and history, it's not surprising.
Not surprising at all.
Lux says, every fighting game player has a pattern, yeah, but most players are flexible. They adapt based on what the other guy is doing. Phil can't do that. If plan A fails, he keeps doing plan A.
Indeed, but then we initiate our excuses, which is plan B, on why it is that he failed. Why isn't things working? Dropped inputs. I didn't do that move. This person's doing a pattern and they're stupid and they don't understand fighting games, which makes no sense to me, because if this person has no skill, if this person doesn't understand fighting games, if this person right here is just doesn't know what they're doing and they're just pattern players and they're flowchart players, and if you can identify the patterns and the flowchart itself, why can't you beat it? No pun intended. Like, why is that not a thing? That legitimately doesn't make any sense. Now, I'm not saying that every pattern that would probably be initiated to Phil, he would be able to figure out and try to and be able to beat it. But he would at least be able to interrupt it. That's why he keeps going for those counter hits. That's why he's solely dependent on counter hits and, as of recent, reversals, drive reversals, which has just become another crutch. Because once someone figures out, okay, you put enough pressure on him and he's going to drive reversal, he's done. He's done. Like, you know, you can even bait it out, and I'll show you some of what I'm talking about. Let's see here.
Mighty Thor says, did you hear about a donor donating a $400 fight stick to DSP?
Yes, and the donor was Amazon. the Amazon layaway program. Yeah, but I did hear about it. We spoke about that a little bit earlier on.
Lux says, it's always been him and everyone has seen it for years but him. His narcissism won't let him see how bad he is, his disorder makes him create outlandish excuses that only he believes. It's insane.
He's starting to get schizophrenic. That's what he is. He's starting to turn into a schizophrenic, to be honest. And I know people don't want to talk about mental health and no one wants to throw that on Phil, but I'll do it. I will. I'll say it, because that's literally what's happening to him. And it's just like what I told you guys after the interview with Side Scrollers, and I told you with Street Fighter 6, the shit was going to expose him. And first it'll be physical, and then it's going to be the mental. And he's right on cue. He is right on schedule. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I'm a prophet. You know what I'm saying? But I'll be damned if I can't walk through my Galtopian projects and shit. I'll tell you that right now. I have a pretty good idea of what his situation is. But that doesn't mean I'm right about everything, though.
Gray Fox 2000 says, what he knows is Super Turbo. He does the same tired Super Turbo combos in SF6.
I'm glad people see that, because it's true. But he's also not even good at Super Turbo, if you really think about it. If you go back, fucking A. He's right. His name's right there. Evil AJ. Go back to Evil AJ's his videos against DSP. He has 2 of them. In Super Turbo, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. There are so many times where he said, oh, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, excuse me, I didn't know that was a thing. Yada, 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 yada. And the old Tevin restreams actually emphasize this too, a lot, which is the reason why I've been looking for him. There's a lot he doesn't know about Super Turbo anyway. Yet again, he does enough to win, but he doesn't know how to win.
Almighty Gookie says, Phil's brain is totally mush. Man doesn't do anything that would stimulate his brain. It's watch TV and, that's it, I guess.
Well, it's watching TV occasionally, listening to African music with Cat, if that even ever happened. It's really him just obsessing on Twitter and on Discord. Or no, on Twitter, on Discord, and probably on the farms, to be honest. He doesn't have much of a life. That's why he needs Brian so bad. That's another thing too. I don't know what that situation is, if Brian's going to go back to him. I have no clue what that scenario is. Because I thought when Brian did the interview with ProleteR, hey, DSP needs to look at himself. DSP needs to look at his community. I'm not interested in that. But DSP's sitting there saying, oh, I've been talking to Brian behind the scenes and we're going to do something. Brian says on Twitter recently that, well, if people want to see him do content with Phil, he's going to do it. So I'm confused on what all that is. But I will tell you this. DSP needs Brian. Brian is DSP's only human interaction. I'm not saying they're friends, but it's his only real human interaction. And DSP is starting to realize that he's losing people in his audience because he doesn't have enough human interaction with another person. Which proves what I told you, that him and Cat don't spend nearly as much time as he tries to make that shit out. On top of that, if DSP has seen Proper's interview, and I'm sure he has, he definitely needs Brian now. Because Brian may very well be his gateway to get back to John. And I know no one's probably really thought about that. I haven't heard anybody really say it yet. So it is what it is. But if you listen to how Brian broke down in that interview about what John did for him all those years, how much he appreciated it, and they never had a disagreement or a beef that caused them to grow apart. It was just circumstances, people lose numbers, shit happens. If Brian can reestablish himself with John, then DSP needs Brian. Because literally Brian's the only one that can get him back into contact with John. Now, drunk tweets and everything at night and drunk text messages aside, DSP is just like Rich. He's a user. He needs other people to do stuff for him. He'll use Brian's generosity to get to John. This way, he can sit there and say, oh, well, yeah, me and John reconnected. Me and John talked. No, I didn't reach out to John. I still stood on business. John owes me an apology. I never did nothing wrong to John. But me and John are talking. You see what I'm saying? If you have Brian in pocket, he can use Brian to get in contact with John, and he never has to say, oh, I had to break down and apologize to John. Or I had to break down and admit that I was wrong to John so we could reestablish at least just talking to each other in a civil manner. He can use Brian. Brian's the buffer. At least that's my theory anyway.
Lux says, reflexes don't degrade in 30s, it's more like late 40s or 50s. Nee still wins Tekken majors and he's almost 40.
Nee is just a fantastically smart player too, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Nee is also very good at anticipating too. He's very good at maneuvering people the way he wants them or he needs them to move. You know what I'm saying? So you're absolutely right. Not everybody loses their reflex, but then look at Nee too. He's someone who's still in relatively good shape. You know what I'm saying? He's not flabby. He's not an excessive drinker from what I hear. He really practices. Like, he's really in the lab. He does that on the regular to keep himself sharp. That dude has a family. He has friends. He has the type of stimulation around him and the goals needed to work towards it. If you don't have any goals, if you don't have any ambition, you're just going to keep doing the same shit you've been doing. And we all see that in real time.
Almighty Gookie says, Tokido and Daigo still got some nice reflexes. But they're also very solid players, good at mind games, and are able to adapt.
Agreed.
Mob Mama says, how dare you use logic and reason, GTG.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
Nowhere H says, what are your thoughts on Alyssa Mercanti of Kotaku? She is a rise star in the LOL Cow Olympics. She really need to go back to OnlyFans.
Oh, I think if the squeeze stays on her, I think she might produce some decent milk. We'll see. Time will tell.
Sleep Hisnerlax says, can you elaborate how DSP can get back with Joan through 0H Brian?
I can do it again. I mean, I can do it again, or I can reword it. Certainly. Okay, so if Brian reaches out to John, which he will, I'm sure eventually he's going to get in contact with him. And I don't think they can pick up where they left off because it's been so many years. But if they can start over, which I think they both will, and whatnot, sooner than later, DSP is going to grow a set and ask Brian, well, hey, have you spoken to John? How's John doing? Doing all right? And if Brian will inevitably respond to it. DSP will over time work on that. He'll slowly but surely chip that away. And said, yeah, I haven't seen John, or I haven't talked to John in a long time. He had a bit of a falling out, and I don't feel like I did anything wrong, but I hope he's doing all right, and I hear he's doing movies or whatever, and I hope he's doing successful. DSP will slowly but surely establish the groundwork for Pignosis, and he'll slowly chip Brian down, right? Because it seems like Brian does legitimately want to help DSP. He legitimately wants to see him do well, and he wants to see him be better. He's actually said these things. If Brian thinks him getting DSP and John to at least have a conversation would help do that, that's exactly what DSP is looking for. And let it get again, DSP can hide behind the guides that, oh, Brian was the one who thought we should talk. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't say that, or whatever. Just like how he keeps fishing for, oh, I don't want to go back to Twitch until I get an apology, or I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. Even though DSP, as I told you guys, as many people told you, he's dying over here. And I mean that on YouTube. This is fucking the Gaudi Coliseum. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Gaudi Coliseum. If I can fit the gout part in instead of Gaudi. Anyway, it's the Coliseum over in this bitch. The tractors run this shit. This is the land of the wolves. The weak don't survive over here. So he needs to take his ass back over there to Twitch, but he won't do it because he's going to look like a bitch. But he is a bitch. And he needs someone to take care of him. And YouTube won't do it. But see, here's the problem. There's now detractors, trolls, haters, and critics have a foothold on Twitch now too. You got guys that are over there that are partnered. Now DSP doesn't have a partner manager if he goes back, if he can even get partnered. He might just be able to go back as an affiliate. Now it's open game on his ass over there too. So the question is he going to pull a Foodie Beauty and basically try to sweat that shit out in Kuwait until he die? Or is he going to go ahead and swallow his pride and go back to Twitch and turn YouTube into an archive? But alas, if you're a partner, you still got that 24-hour embargo. So DSP has to figure his way around that. But the thing is DSP don't get views. So that don't matter. So it makes you think. Just a second, chat. All right, chat. Sorry about that. All right, we back at it. So, but yeah, that's my thoughts on the John thing. Sorry, I know it seems like I was rambling there a bit.
Almighty Gookie says, Phil said Brian was gonna be a stream a few weeks ago and that never happened. I think Phil is just lying. BC, he straight up lied on Brian. That's why the proper interview was Kino.
It's definitely, DSP is definitely trying to buy time, for sure. No one's disputing that. No one's disputing that.
Almighty Gookie says, Brian also said Phil needs to handle Derek and that never happened.
It probably won't. I heard he spurged out on Derek, or Derek, whatever, not the other day or whatnot, but I haven't seen it yet, so I can't really say much.
Lux says, I agree, Phil and Kate spend no time together whatsoever. Also, O'Hill is desperate to keep in Brian's good graces. BC, Brian gives Phil someone to do multi with as well as an excuse for why he's not racist.
Good call. That's a very good call. You're right. He can sit there and hide behind, oh, how can I be racist when I'm fucking chilling with this stationary. I mean, with this black dude. You're right. Good call.
Zachbell05 says, unrelated but thoughts on Leffen going 0-6 at GGS Grand Finals.
Fuck Leffen. I got a video. I'm working on a video that's about to come out on his. I'm working on a video on his ass. Big ups to Technicals for the most recent video that he had come out on. And Leffen is just a more successful version of fucking DSP, but he's still a piece of garbage. I don't give a fuck what nobody said. And if the rumors are true that his parents gave him up for adoption, and that's the reason why he's so goddamn mad, eat that shit, motherfucker. A family in fucking Sweden cared enough about your, if the rumors are true, a family in Sweden cared enough about your ass to adopt you. Get over it. Get the fuck over it. And Leffen ain't shit. Been a bitch. Got all the qualities of a bitch. Always did.
Jaco Snordarius says, Brian Moggs Filbert in almost every way.
That's a fair point.
Darksea DeFlo says, Brian said he'll try to help Jade get into a lobby with Phil.
I don't think that's going to go anywhere, but we'll see. We will very, very, we will see. We'll see. What's up, DeFlo?
Adam says, schizophrenia is scary. As someone who works in public safety, when people have those manic episodes, they can describe very vivid, convincing and descriptions of what they're seeing in real time.
Might be onto something.
Shortsvald says, hi GTG.
How's it going?
I have asked a few detractors this question. Forgive me if I have asked before. Can DSP ever be redeemed?
No. You can't, you're not going to ask for redemption if you don't think you've done anything wrong. Like, pure and simple. Like, any man or woman who wants redemption, you have to admit that you have to admit you've done something wrong, and you have to work towards fixing it. He doesn't believe he's done anything wrong. He merely believes that he didn't do what people wanted him to do at that time. And that's it. So he thinks if other people fix it, if other people do the fucking, the work of the serfs, and whatever the case may be, over time, he thinks he'll get better. That's why you keep seeing all these quote-unquote remastered playthroughs, that's going up on the other channel. He thinks if we go from the usual trashy camcorder bullshit to the 1080p, better resolution shit, he can give himself a second chance. And it's not going to work because it's lazy. It isn't very well thought out. It's DSP through and through. Just like when he started KO Gaming, but he didn't want to tell anybody that it was attached to DSP Gaming because he knew what the response was going to be. The same reason why Rich's dumbass was over there hiding over there on Instagram instead of being a man and stand on business. You know what I'm saying? Just because that chick told you to get a rope and whatnot doesn't mean that you couldn't stand up and be a father. But since you already failed at that, she called your bluff. Then you acted like a bitch because she saw the bitch in you. End of story. But no, I don't think he can be redeemed. To be honest with you, you have to want that. You have to acknowledge everything that comes with that. How do you do that if you're a fucking narc? How do you do that if you've been persecuted by all these people, unjustly, by the way, for doing nothing? Remember, DSP said, I never hurt anybody. You know what I'm saying? I never did this. I never did that. You know what I mean? They made it that way. They made him look this way. You got to want it. And he doesn't. No lol cow does. And that's why lol cows are lol cows. But no, I'm not sure if you asked that question, but I have no problem with answering it. No problem at all. Big ups.
Meth Bear says, Golden Triangle Gaming live 2 hours and no notification. I'm pissed.
What's up, Meth Bear? I shouted you out earlier on with the documents from the LTG shit. So big ups on that. Like big ups on that shit. Like I said, I told the story how I was thinking about you when I first heard it on the video. But like I said, big ups. If I had more structure, or if I put out, like if I had maybe set these up, maybe notifications would go to, I don't know. You know me, I just let it fly.
Stranger says, Philip really needs to support his wife to help his link. I understand why that's too hard to do. Yet again, she's a roommate. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's like the extent of it. And to be honest with you, all these appointments or whatever, I don't know what the exact details are, but I assume at least some of them revolve around her health. And he put her there. But I will also say she made a choice.
She made a choice. When DSP said you have to give up all your social media and all that bullshit to come here, even if her back was against the wall, she could have said, I'll give up Twitter, I'll give up the gram, but I may even give up streaming, but I'm not going to give up making videos. She chose to do that. She chose to cut her hours back. She chose to sit there and be the human garbage disposal because DSP don't like leftovers. She chose to let she chose to let the house go to squalor, and she chose to stay there and live in it. I'm not going to white knight for her because at the end of the day, two people in that house made a choice and they're both going to have to live with it. And her health, she didn't come to you like that, Phil. So you shouldn't be surprised that people blame you for that. But at the same time, she didn't have to put all that food in her mouth and eat it. You know what I'm saying? She could have portioned that shit out. She could have done a lot of things.
Adam says, if DSP got professional help and sorted out his personal problems, he could just like anyone. The problem is ITLL destroy the only thing that makes him appealing to watch in the first place.
That's a fair point. That's a damn good point.
Ramza675 says, GTG. I'm amazed how you called Keith being big, the house being messed up. That pork was chopped up nicely.
Thank you. I try. But like I said, Phil's a creature of habit. He really is. Don't get me wrong. I can't predict every movement that he makes. You know what I'm saying? I leave stuff like that for Tevin. I just try to stay in my lane and what I'm confident in, to be honest with you, given the circumstance. And in a lot of ways, to be honest with you, the way DSP, well, like I said, the way DSP does anything is the way he does everything. And as it pertains to DSP in Street Fighter, he can be beaten by anybody. Anybody can beat him. You may not be able to do it the first time. You may not be able to do it the third time or the fifth time, but eventually you will. If you go back, you study your footage that you have against him or whatnot, and you break that shit down. And especially because there's plenty of guys out here who have his button presses or what, pay attention to what he's doing. It's button mashing all day. And if anything, Street Fighter 6 covers a lot of that up. So like there's a level of anticipation there, but a lot of it you can feel out. If you give it time, he can be beaten like any other man. If he can bleed, he can be killed. In Minecraft, of course.
Declan does says, you know how Phil played Genshin when it was hot. No way he's playing Zenless Zone Zero. Too much urban style music, he can't change to retro style.
I heard that's actually a great point, Declan. He brought that up with Street Fighter 6 on one of the Bottom Bitch podcasts like a few days back, about how all these people in the FGC didn't like this urban hippity hop music or whatever, and then brings up Kimberly because, you know, she's black, and brings up Kimberly and her design and all that bullshit. It's like, boy, if it wasn't for the fact that I have IRL shit to do right now, I'd have clapped you. Being that cat's cheeks have gotten bigger, not like it'd be hard to hit that. Anyway.
Jaco Snordarius says,
that's a good name.
Declan does. Speaking of Hoyoverse games, God forbid Filbert gets into Honkai, Star Rail, he's gonna be homeless LOL.
Funny enough, DSP will never be homeless, so he'll just go back home with his parents.
Michael Krynakowski says, Keith is literally a roommate, there's no way she's putting out for Piggy.
Nah, she's not. Not at all. Not, there's definitely, trust me, there's no panty time going on in that house. Not at all. Alright,
Stranger says,
we're getting caught up.
Philip just doesn't have the strength to lift his life link, that's why the relationship is failing.
That's a very good point. A very, very good point.
Retro Dude Manx says, DSP is going to do what Boogie does. Keep lying and take those lies to the grave.
Most of them. He'll take most of those lies to the grave. He won't take everything.
Stranger says, bedtime, when Philip reacted to the link about how younger people are spoiled was absolutely hilarious and hypocritical.
It was. Absolutely. Oh, when I said though, but eventually he's gonna let that shit fly, is I'm hoping the one thing that he does admit before it's all said and done is that he was the one that took down Tevin and those other two fellas off Twitch. Because I know he did it. I know he organized it, or if the plan was brought to him, he went along with it, and then he was like the final dagger with that report. I know he did it, and eventually he'll spill it. Eventually he'll spill it. He won't do it now because he's scared of the repercussions that come from that admission. But eventually he'll let it fly. He's running out of time, and more importantly, DSP believes time is on his side. So, you know, that happened in what? Oh, fucking I'm sorry. Excuse me. 2000. That happened after the Halloween stream. The Halloween stream happened in 2018. So Tevin, that was October of 2018. So Tevin lost his channel in what, 2019? If I'm right? Or whatnot. It's not exactly the happiest date for me to remember, but I mean, like I said, he got it back, so, and he got partnership, so it is what it is, but eventually DSP will admit it. Sooner than later, he will admit it.
Almighty Gookie says, BC Kimberly is in the game, it's automatically urban.
Yep.
Almighty Gookie says, nobody caught that but me and a few people.
I appreciate you doing it. I appreciate you doing it. Shit.
Stray Fox says, ZZZ and Genshin are fun.
And
smiley face.
My bad, Stray Fox. And funny enough, look at Jamie's design, right? That has a very urban type twist linked with, with a level of tradition. Didn't say nothing about that. Because it was too easy. It was too easy to go after the black woman. She's a woman, she's attractive, and she black. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Zachbell05 says, oh yeah, Phil talked about the SF6 hoodies too.
Oh yeah, that was lame too. About that bullshit. That was lame as fuck. Coming from someone who goes to who gets gently well, I can't knock him for getting secondhand clothes, except for the fact they don't fit, which is hilarious, by the way. And if you also think about it, the only reason why he made that change is because a black man with peanut butter complexion or stationary, right? Actually told him to switch up or change up. That's ironic if you really think about it. But whatever, that's semantics, I guess. I'm reading too much into that.
Curtis Angus says, I think DSP will eventually be homeless cause there's no way he can pay the property tax on his parents' house.
I think he's gonna sell that. I think he's gonna sell that shit outright and then just convince Melissa to eat the cost on that. We'll see. But it's very clear, excuse me, he's not gonna inherit, everything that his parents are getting. The moment he can get credit, he's gonna go buck wild on it. Hopefully he's paying off his Amazon shit on time. We'll see.
Jaco Snordarius says, the AI butchers my name so hard I hate it.
My fault. I'll see if I can tweak that. My fault. Still a great name.
675 says, the refinance arc will lead to his doom.
I think so too. And that's what I've been trying to say. The end game is to refinance the home. He's gonna and we already know, chat. Let me walk you guys through it though, if you don't mind. Because what was supposed to be an hour stream and it turned into however long it is. Don't at me. DSP is gonna refinance the home, pay off all the credit cards, pay off any other back taxes or whatever else, and then we're going on a spending spree. New furniture, whole new setup for the office, another car, all that bullshit. By the time it's all said and done, WWE Champion is going to be in full fucking swing. You know what I'm saying? Who's that? Is that TJ Gamebox? He's going to be working on double overtime once that money come through, because DSP is going to go buck fucking wild on that bullshit. And you're right, he's going to just get himself into even worse trouble. Now the question is, does he file for bankruptcy again? Maybe. It's not going to really help, but a few years though after the refinancing, we're definitely going to see bankruptcy saga is definitely going to help again. It's going to happen again. I'm sorry.
Michael Krynakowski says, steals the black pack and runs away.
Help!
Stranger says, Philip cannot honestly stand basketball Americans. He still looks like he wants to say something when he sees them.
He really do. He really do.
Almighty Gookie says, as soon as Phil refinance the home, Boom Pandrezz back in the storyline spilling all the tea on TBS.
That shit would be hilarious if he ever did, if that happened. That shit would be fucking hilarious.
Jaco Snordarius says, "You already know I had to pay homage to the greatest bassist in history."
Yes, sir.
HeatMakerz says, "Bankruptcy streak."
Absolutely, big ups.
Nowhere H says, "Do you think chance of Cat get a divorce is getting higher because of Phil is crap at money?"
Yes, but there's no reason for her to move just yet. So if I was her, just continue to bide your time.
Retro Dude Manx says, "DSP is like Stoop Kid. From Hey Arnold. Swine pig afraid to leave his stoop."
Mm-hmm. Why stay his ass on the porch?
Stranger says, "Philip is not link all, one of his best friends was Puerto Rican and he's known more colored people that like people. I wonder who else is that."
I thought his best friend was like from the Pacific or was Asian or something, I thought. Semantics.
Sleepis Nerlax says, "Always wondered why Pandrezz never spilled DSP's dirty laundry greater than 3.
Okay, for the longest time, DSP was still paying for her cell phone even after she left. To be honest, but that's not my probable cause. That's what I'm choosing to lead with. I think Panda didn't ever spill the beans on Phil because I think once she wanted out, she wanted out. Like once she was done, she was done. And I think it was more about she didn't want to hurt him further and just wanted to get the fuck out of that situation more than anything really malicious. Because even back then, like, you know, late 2017, 2018, 2019, when she came back to Twitter, dude, she could have fetched quite a bit of money for an interview from the detractor community and gotten it. I would have definitely chipped down on that. I'd thrown a couple of thousand at that. Sure, you should bet your ass I would. And I'm not even monetized it. I'd still throw some money at that just to see the content that's produced out of it. You know what I'm saying? You know what fucking Snorper No could do with a video like that? Do you know what fucking Hate Army could do with a video like that? You know what I'm saying? You know what fucking Sunspot Gallery could do with a video like that? Do you know the restreams that come out that bitch? Tevin, ProleteR, James the Lesser, Pop, and you know what I'm saying? Everybody would go crazy off that shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be bigger than the side scroller interview. And as the years have gone on, it's only marinated. You know what I'm saying? If anything, it's even matured, if you will. Sticking with the grooming allegations and shit. Stuff like that. So there's value in it. But I think she just wanted a clean break, and I think she just wanted out.
Gray Fox 2000 says, Video.
Thank you. Got me. See, sorry, chat. You know me. I talk too damn much. Okay. So here's our video. This is from Raw Phil. This is the stream that we had today. You can see that right down here. And let me see something real fast.
What do you?
Okay. I'm looking for. We're gonna start at this timestamp here, and I will pause it as need be. Here we go.
Still weaker than the real top tiers. He's weaker than any of these characters that have.
Can you guys hear it? By the way, is it coming through? I just want to make sure that you guys actually catching it. Let's see here. Ken. Yeah, actually, I want this right here. Yeah, I want this Ken match. Let me get that too. Okay, yeah, this one he got perfected. The JP was gonna clean his ass up regardless. Let's get the JP match too. All right. Like I said, is it coming through? You guys can hear it. You know what I'm saying? Everything good? Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I'll try to answer as many questions as I can. But I do need to get to this video. There's an echo. Okay. Give me. All right, here. Let me play it again and tell me if you hear it. Okay, cool. See, chat, I'm learning. I'm improving. I'm a professional. Kinda. All right, here we go. So let's start with this JP match. And we'll get you guys temperature on this shit. All right, here we go. Oh, by the way, if any of you guys need to bow out or whatever the case may be, hey, I appreciate you just sticking around and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can always catch the replay later. So, like I said, if I'm holding you up or if there's a restreamer you want to check out or whatever, go ahead and do your thing, man. I'll catch you guys on the flip. And thank you guys for coming out. Like I said, I appreciate it. Now, let me see if this works. Okay, it does. Did you see that same... He does the same tired, lazy sequence when he doesn't open people up right away after a jump over. Let me see if... Oh, shit, I went back too far. My bad. All right, I might have gone back too far. I'll tell you when it comes up. That sequence right there was lazy as shit. There was nothing there. He had no pressure. He had no idea. He's so dependent on them making a mistake or them creating the opening that he couldn't do it himself. And he was too scared to go for the throw. He was right in their face. Why not go for the throw? He was too scared if a jab was going to come up. So he jumped to the other side with no plan and does a lazy 1-2. What were you going to accomplish with that?
Can't do anything. I'm trying inputs. That jab.
The same jab he does himself. He's toying with him.
Why?
You saw how he got played with? You see how he got played with? And see, this is the thing, and someone actually just pointed out. In a race to 10, DSP is going to lose. If someone challenged him to a first to 10, he's going to lose. As time goes on, he's going to get beaten.
I just get hit. I didn't even do anything. I was just waiting.
See? You already proved me right. Thank you, Phil. Really, thank you. Going back into the throw loops. Try to mash jab. Now he's all flustered. Now we're desperate to get in now. Got no plan. Caught him slipping there. With the get off me. Come on, Phil, show me something. Can't block. Can't block.
Can't do it. I just did level 3 super or level 2 super.
Say I'm not a prophet. Someone tell me I can't walk through my projects. Someone tell me. I walk with no fear on these Galtopian streets. And don't let nobody tell you different. Had no plan. Had no plan. Couldn't do shit. Got locked the fuck down. Got hit. Then, I love this. I'm going to bring this back to you. Says, I tried to go for the level 3. Didn't have a level 3, though. We didn't have a level 3. Then he caught himself and said, level 2, level 2. And no level 2 came out. Because he was doing the motion for the level 3. You don't believe me? Watch. See? He only has 2 meters. He only has 2 bars.
Can't do it. I just did level 3 super or level 2 super 3 fucking times.
I did a level 3 super. I did a level 2 super. And it won't come out. You want to know why? Because he was doing the motions for the level 3.
3 fucking times in a row. Level 2 super, level 2 super, level 2 super, level 2 super. Nothing. 4 times he just stands there. Not even a...
And that controller's all fucked up because he keeps beating that shit like he beat his dick. And now look at it. He's on that King Cobra shit till that shit's all scabbed up and broken down and and whatever else.
Kick came out. You saw that? Not even a fucking kick came out. It dropped 4 attempts at level 2 super in a row. I cannot win if the game doesn't give me my inputs.
I cannot win if the game doesn't do everything that needs to be done so I can win. Now, chat, I'm not sitting here trying to sit there and throw it in anybody's face, but oh, there's GTG saying that, you know, DSP is not good at Street Fighter, now look at what he's doing. It's just a coincidence that that voice sounds kind of like Alt. But, like, when Alt's doing that kind of voice. But I'm just saying, the dude's got no plan. There's no plan of action here, chat. Not a one. Not a single solitary plan. Opening up with the same sequence combo again. Let me bring it back for you. See, this is the reason why I can't restream, chat. I can't do it. Like, I want to go back and forth in time too much, and I just can't. I really can't. I leave it to everybody else because they're actually good at it.
I cannot win if the game doesn't give me my inputs.
Ring. Lazy ass combo. You can't tell me that's not a lazy ass combo. See, after that standing jab, why wasn't there another scissor kick to follow that up? I'm not being greedy, but why isn't there you fucking A? I'm sorry I have to bring it back this far.
My inputs.
Same sequence. Scissor kick. Why isn't there a scissor kick after that punch? After that standing jab, why was there not another another scissor kick?
Horse.
And he keeps going for the low because he thinks he hasn't figured out. So, because this Ken really isn't blocking low. So that's why he keeps going to the well, not realizing that any player could purposely be allowing him. He's being conditioned, if you will, to keep going for the low because I'm showing you that I'm vulnerable until I can really, you know what I'm saying? Until I can get you in a position that I want. Straight reaction. Had nothing else that he felt like he could do, so just burn the super. And it won him the round, but how many resources do you have going into the next round? Forward thinking, ladies and gentlemen.
This guessing game.
That wasn't a guessing game. He played the neutral. If DSP had played Street Fighter V, he would have known that. And that's one of the things that his game is lacking, is he doesn't have a good neutral. He doesn't have a very good neutral game. Let me jump back here a little bit and see what some of you guys are saying real fast. Try to catch up with the chat real fast. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, where was I at? Can't stand the retro music. Always catch a nice surprise. Laugh my ass off. Let's start here at Adam.
Adam says, online lag, I'm pressing buttons. Almighty Gookie says, LMAOOO. Ramza675 says, Phil always does the same combos.
Does.
Almighty Gookie says, I bet Phil would wash Punk in a FT10.
You're funny.
Jesse Green 619 says, play with Piggy.
We're doing that now.
Sheer King says, he lost because he didn't blink enough.
I mean, if you don't know how to put eye drops in properly, I mean, that's a problem that most people have.
Adam says, Look at my skeletons. Ramza675 says, I can't do ITT. GrayFox2000 says, tried to do a level 3 when he only had 2 bars available.
Exactly!
Jesse Green 619 says, what is it, Phil 3 or 2 super?
Yup.
Almighty Gookie says, if he did level 2 super he would have lost anyways. BC, it's not a reversal, lol.
Good point.
Michael Krynakowski says, pimp slapped with the wand, lol.
Okay, let's jump down a little bit.
GrayFox2000 says, he's terrible at resource management.
Yes, he is.
Ramza675 says, Ken. GrayFox2000 says, no level 3 dummy. Latrapakan says, big UPS pup in a sharp suit.
Big ups.
Michael Krynakowski says, jump R2. Adam says, how funny would it be if his opponent was just using a regular controller?
It'd be hilarious.
Stray Fox says, GTG, why doesn't he just switch to modern controls? He would do better, I know, his pride, blah blah, but still.
Hey, if you really think you're, if you really want to be part of the FGC, and if you really have this illustrious career playing fighting games, you can't take the easy way out on that shit. I mean, you can take the easy way out on other things, but you can't do it with controls. Can't do that. So you're, like you said, it's really pride.
Michael Krynakowski says, nothing he could do. Adam says, it's disgusting he corner traps and spam attacks.
Mm-hmm. Which is his main MO. And Bison is good enough to, I think, cover some of those bases.
Shortsvault says, a lot focuses on Phil's overt action / loud shouting. When he calmly told someone they need to change their name because it was Dave, I found it unsettling. What is a DSP quiet moment that is disquieting?
That's actually pretty deep if you think about that. Big ups.
Lux says, love your take on Kate GTG. She deserves no pity, just like Dave. She's a cheater, lazy, and just as emotional as Phil. It's a match made in hell.
It really is. And that's the thing. Like, I understand that people want a white knight for her. I understand people want to feel bad for her. You got to understand, though, too, she's an adult, man. She made choices. I understand that she was in a bad situation. But if you really think about it, she left one situation, right, that was bad. And if what's said is true, then, you can understand that. But she's now gone into a worse situation. Being in a potentially or allegedly domestic abuse situation is bad. It's terrible. And no woman or man should put up with that shit. You going into a relationship of complacency where you gave your independence up for quote unquote luxury, if you will, you know what I'm saying, or for freedom, if you will, you gave your independence up for freedom, wasn't the way to go. And that's hence the reason why she's at where she's at now. And her weight reflects that. You know what I'm saying? I like, she basically jumped out of the frying pan right into the fire. Maybe the physical abuse isn't there. The verbal abuse is, the emotional abuse is, and now she's a woman left to her own devices. What else can she really do with her time? What will he allow her to do with her time? He doesn't even trust her to go grocery shopping by herself. He has to do that. If they don't go together. Does that sound like a relationship to you?
Adam says, Panda was the smart who left when she did. I have respect for her.
Agreed. All right, here, let's jump back into the video. Oh.
Gambling in the corner.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Why does that stuff me? Because he mashes buttons. Because he's Ken. I get
No.
to mash.
I'm gonna have to ride on him with this. I need you to see this part here really fast. Sorry, I went back a little too far, but you'll see what I mean in a minute. Neutral.
Just guessing game. Gambling in the corner.
Hit him with the neutral again. Went for spam perfect. Spam parry. Reversal.
Why did that stuff?
See, that right there, that brief second where Ken kind of takes a low stance, that's when DSP thought his window was and he got tricked. Let me show you again.
In the corner.
Reversal.
Why?
Right there. Sorry, it was like literally like the frame before it, where he goes into like that down fist stance. It's not an attack and whatnot. Phil thought that was his opening and immediately got hit. Here, I'll show it one more time. Sorry.
Gambling in the corner.
Jump back. Reversal. Jumps in. 1, 2, the flank.
Because he mashes button.
Yeah, he hit him with a feint basically, and DSP fell for the bait and got beasted and feasted on.
Because he's Ken, I get to mash.
Why'd you get hit by that, Phil? Wow.
I'm Ken, I get to mash.
All those years you ain't played Super Turbo. All those years you've played against Shotos and you thought it was a good idea to jump in on that. All right, whatever. All right. I didn't get 4th place at EVO 2005, so what do I know?
I have high priority everything. I'm a scrub.
Scrubber dub dub.
Mash! Look at that! Right after my
See, there was that feint again that I showed you.
I have high priority everything. I'm a scrub. Mash!
Right there. That right there is what got Phil baited in that last match I was telling you guys about. And he thought he could counter hit it, and there was nothing to, there was nothing to counter.
Look at that! Right after my short, I'll just mash a button and see what happens.
Oh. Get
I'll
worked!
just do neutral jump gambling, see what happens.
Oh!
I'll just walk him and throw, see what happens.
Oh!
Guessing game.
Oh, you trying to throw me? Sit your ass down.
See, I can't do anything.
What the fuck's wrong with
Corner
you? You gonna pay what you owe.
Gambling.
You gonna pay
Literally
what you
no
owe.
fucking Street Fighter gameplay in anything he just did. Zero Street Fighter
You gonna pay what you owe.
gameplay. Moronic mouth drooler inputs. Congrats, you learned the flowchart. Congrats, you dunce. You fucking idiot.
And the thing is, for someone who depends on counter hits and reversals as much as DSP does, you would think he'd be able to convert damage better, which he's never been able to do. Ever. He's never really been able to maximize the amount of damage he can get out of a combo. He's just all about inflicting as much damage as he can within the moment. Yet again, short-term thinking with even shorter gains, if you think about it. And for some of you that are going to eventually jump into the ring and start playing against Phil, you know what I'm saying, on whatever, bait parries. Bait parry, learn how to bait parries efficiently and throw, and learn how to break throws. The two things that he's the most vulnerable. He's going to always go for a parry if he thinks there's an opportunity. And learn how to break throws. Those are the two most important things I would establish to you starting off.
Hey, we hit him once.
And then obviously spacing and shimmying and things like that.
He just keeps doing it. I can't.
He's given up. He's literally given up. You're getting hit with shit that you don't need to be getting hit by, and he's becoming more and more frustrated.
Hey, we hit him once.
Look at that lazy ass spacing. Super Turbo. If you guys have watched any of the Super Turbo restreams, ask Tevin. He's seen it. We've all have. If you've seen if you know if you know, you know.
He just keeps doing it. I can't stop the jab.
Could have converted off of that 2-hit in the air. We could have gotten more than that. But because he doesn't have any super, he doesn't feel the need to do anything else. He doesn't want to, yet again, playing it safe. No imagination, no creativity. Just lame ass play.
Can't do anything.
He's waiting on the grenade, by the way. Phil is. And it didn't do anything. See? The fuck are you doing? You sat there and you hit this dude with the grenade. You're supposed to be aggressive with it, leading up to it exploding. Instead, you gave that dude time. He jabs you and made the shit dissipate, or made it go away, if you will. You know what I'm saying? He neutralized it. Is probably the better term. Is the better term I should use for it. What the fuck are you doing? You have a character that's as aggressive as you need him to be to play the style that you want, and you still fuck it up.
Can't do anything.
Okay, so what? Was Ken supposed to just sit there and let it blow up? Well, like, make it make sense. And even then, if he blocks it or free parries it, he's fine. He deserved that shit. I don't care what nobody say. He deserved that shit.
You did nothing. Stuff! Because I'm Ken. Just press any button. Stuff anything you input. Because I'm Ken. Jab! Yes, just stop me with jab. Oh! Just keep pressing. Every button he does beats me. Single button he inputs beats me. All gambling.
Is he saying all gambling? I thought I heard him say that early on. I'll check back in with you, chat, after the match.
Oh! Just keep pressing. Every button he does beats me. Single button he inputs beats me. All gambling.
He is saying all gambling. Look at that. And I get the reference, chat. He means it's all chance. I get it. I get it.
Of course I did the wrong fucking media.
Why didn't you scissor kick after that?
Of course I did the wrong fucking media.
Throw that. Hit that. Why didn't you scissor kick after that? Alright, whatever.
That's it! He does nothing.
Get
keep
fucked.
pressing the buttons that stuff everything I input. Again, you literally have not done anything.
You gonna pay what you owe.
No, I literally can't beat anyone now. You know, I haven't beat anyone in an hour.
Oh, okay, let's tap back into the chat. Let's tap back in with chat. How do you guys feel about what you saw there, chat? I should really prompt a button for this. I can actually do that on the fly, but okay. I can do that. Fuck. Oh man, I've missed a bunch of your. All right, we're just gonna pick up from here.
Latrapakin says, GTG SF6 analysis video when?
Soon. So, it's in the works. Let's say that. I would like to get back into going over some of his gameplay. I do admit it is fun.
Ramza675 says, nice. Excalibur 2010 says, well, you are a scrub, Phil.
Indeed.
Almighty Gookie says, why did he do?
I couldn't tell you.
Ramza675 says, cope. Michael Krynakowski says, obliterated my guy. Ramza675 says, perfect. Lux says, empty jump into grab, empty drive rush into grab. He's so predictable.
Yes, he is.
Also, he complains Ken has high priority while he's playing Bison, a brand new DLC character with all the best moves in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Excalibur 2010 says, pushed into the corner. System 23 says, PERFECT.
It's beautiful.
Almighty Gookie says, baited the parry LOL. Excalibur 2010 says, how about you learn the flow chart?
Indeed.
Jesse Green 619 says, what heck is mouth drool? Lux says,
Oh,
Ha can't even do basic combos, he literally spams 3 consecutive jabs, that's his SF6 combos.
It really is.
Almighty Gookie says, he can't convert damage, that's why he stopped playing Akuma LMAO.
Thank you. I've been waiting for someone to say it. I've been waiting for someone to say it.
Excalibur 2010 says. Ken figured him out, Phil is parrying nothing.
Indeed.
Cypher Coast says. Someone willing to give up freedom for safety deserve neither freedom nor safety. Ben Franklin.
Well said.
Hate Army says. If you empty jump, he will go for parry like 100% of the time.
Yes, sir. What's up, Hate Army? Big ups.
Ramza 675 says. You never see DSP do some cool long combo.
Doesn't have the execution for it.
Michael Krynakowski says. Disney Star Wars is more creative than Phil.
The bar is so low these days, I can't. I agree with you, but the bar is so goddamn low for Disney. Holy shit.
Almighty Gookie says. I think the only time I've seen do a cool combo was when he played Makoto in SF4 against a Guile. Still lost though.
It's all in the small victories, my friend. It's all in the small victories.
Lux says. That Bison upside down air punch is super broken. Of course Phil likes this character LMAO. Almighty Gookie says. Stop pressing buttons Philly yai. Michael Krynakowski says. He loves this game BTW.
He does. Because I think he really feels that he can accomplish something and he can get some notoriety off of it. Like in Street Fighter 4, except for he was shit at Street Fighter 4, but he put out so much content that it did get him some notoriety. I think this time around, he thinks he can get both. He can get the notoriety, and he can show that he's actually decent or good at fighting games. It's not going to work, though.
Excalibur 2010 says. He keeps saying that it's gambling.
Okay, see, I was wondering if that was just me who heard that, or if that was something he was saying, because he said it more than once.
Ramza 675 says. GTG he says SF6 is a gambling game when you are on the wall/corner guessing what's gonna happen next.
That's an interesting analogy.
Hate Army says. For him, the guessing game is gambling LOL.
Very good point.
Lux says. This Ken is good, he knows when to interrupt with jabs that takes skill. But Phil will pretend it's just random jabs.
And yet again, you would think as long as he's been playing fighting games, he would be able to see those type of reads. You know what I'm saying? If it's really all pattern play, then why can't you identify it? Help me understand that.
Almighty Gookie says. Yeah, he said gambling a lot and it was the blubbering bees. Excalibur 2010 says. He didn't beat anyone for an hour?
Yeah.
Yikes.
He went a straight hour. And couldn't beat anybody.
Adam says. I love these frame analyze videos, I can watch these for hours.
There's a lot of other people who are doing it too. I know the two guys who do the input joint, and I think Cat Roller's back in the mix as well. There's a lot of reason for me to get in and just give at least my input. Like I said, it's not going to be all right, but you know what I'm saying? I don't mind giving feedback, and I don't mind taking feedback, so it works out for everybody. Like, isn't that the whole point, though, when you supposedly have a community and shit, is that you're supposed to grow with each other? Supposed to grow together? I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Almighty Gookie says. Phil legit thinks 50/50s and guessing should not be in fighting games. Despite those factors being in actual fights.
Indeed. But he don't understand, but like I said, he doesn't understand fundamentals.
Stranger says. If Philip loses, it's because they are cheating or using a lag switch. If he is winning, it's because he's skilled and he's way better than.
A story as old as time.
Sleepisnerlax says. You think they'll ever add Dudley to the new SF?
I hope so. To be honest with you. I hope so. Because like if you can get, because we already have Ed, so if you can get Dudley, if you can get Barrog in there, you know what I'm saying? I think it's gonna be. I think it'll be fun. It opens up for a lot of versatility.
Stranger says. He didn't beat me, I beat myself.
Well said.
Spitfire01 says. I have to go. Hope you stream or make another snort report soon.
I hope to have I'll be working on some snort reports over the weekend, and hopefully next week they'll be out, if not the week after. And as it pertains to this week, we'll see if I can squeeze another stream in. We'll see. We'll see. But thanks for coming by. Like I said, big ups. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
The Harmonious says, I honestly thought he'd be dropped the game by now. I was wrong.
Don't be, because I kind of thought so too. I think I'm pretty sure I told Proper that I thought maybe a year, but then I might have said we'll see how the season 2 would come out, or end of season 1 into season 2. But I'm pretty confident I said after a year I thought he might pack it up, and I think honestly he's just doing it out of spite. I think he's just doing it because we expect him to do it, and you know, he's got what, 5 characters in Master, so you know, for him, he's already 3/4 up the mountain, right? He's almost there with Justin. So why give up now, I guess?
Almighty Gookie says, shout out to Hate. Jesse Green 619 says, he said he go back unranked but never did. Ego would let do it.
Yeah, his ego definitely wasn't going to let him go back into rank. And like I said, and like I've told you guys before, rank is where the killers are. And as it pertains to Master rank isn't the goal. It's just the start of another journey. But he don't see it that way. All he knows is that things are going to get worse as he continues to go on. And he don't like it.
Ramza 675 says, I love how Phil says he saw pro players play so he's ready for rank the next day.
I mean, like I said, if you believe that you're as good as they are, what would prevent you from not doing it, I suppose?
Almighty Gookie says, nah man, we gotta gatekeep knowledge like we're in the early 2000s. That practice and lambing rant was truly interesting.
I do plan to, in one of the videos I have lined up, I'm going to go over that. Because it wasn't the way he described it. You got to understand, YouTube wasn't prevalent at that time. A lot of dudes weren't traveling. So you were in your region, you were in your state, you were in your city. So of course people came up with their own style and flavor. It wasn't necessarily gatekeeping. It was just most people didn't move like that. You know what I'm saying? It is what it was. You know, it wasn't about just sitting there hoarding knowledge just to do it. It wasn't necessarily like that. At least the way it was described to me.
Grim Phantomile says, gotta go now. Until next time, dudes. Good to see your streams again, GTG.
Thanks for coming out. I appreciate it. Big ups. All right, we're all caught up on that. Let's get back to this video. Don't have too much left in it, so let's go ahead and hop back in.
I haven't won a single set.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and hop back into it. Put that there. Alleviate the echo.
Why? Because the game is terrible online. These people get away. No, I literally can't beat anyone now. You know, I haven't beat anyone in an hour. I haven't won a single set. Why? Because the game is terrible online. These people get away with everything, just safe move patterns. There's no intelligence to anything they do or input in the game anymore. It's just complete mindless flowchart gameplay over and over. And every once in a while, oh, I'll do a short Yukin. It beats everything because I'm Ken.
But explain to me why you can't beat the pattern in the flowcharting though. Explain that. You keep throwing the uppercut in there because I guess you can't make a read. So all right, but explain to me why you can't beat the pattern or the flowchart. Explain that to me.
I have no reversal, so once again, I mean, is Bison top tier? I'd say yes because of his damage output, but he's still weaker than the real top tiers. He's weaker than any of these characters that have...
That's funny, because I swore like 4 or 5 Street Fighter sessions ago, that's not what the census was. Now, all of a sudden, he's not top, he can't hang with the top tiers no more? Or you can't hang with the top tiers anymore, Phil? Explain that to me.
True reversal, a million safe mix-ups, he doesn't have that. He doesn't.
That doesn't even matter because you can't even memorize some of Bison's basic combos now, let alone getting into the mix-ups and getting into the other shenanigans later on, let alone the vortex shit he can do. Like, you haven't even scratched the surface. It's the equivalent of you lifting up Kat's shirt when she first got there and thought that you guys actually had sex. I say, she hadn't even taken the tip yet.
He just has hit you once, insane damage input, and then when the mine's on you, you gotta be safe, you gotta be careful. But he's not as good as these existing top tiers. They're too good.
That's embarrassing. That, like, ladies and gentlemen, that right there is what a quitter sounds like. That's what an actual quitter sounds like. Take it all in. Good spacing.
Get my block.
Yeah, he overshot that. He thought that Phil didn't have the range, but he does.
No scissors.
He's starting to become he's also becoming too dependent on that bomb, by the way, too, that Bison establishes. He's starting to become way too dependent on it. You saw this in the Ken fight, but I just want to reiterate it here. Same ABC combo.
No scissors.
And what is that? Is that a crouching medium punch that DSP keeps spamming? I'm pretty sure that's a medium. The one that hits the one that hits heavy like that. I'm pretty sure that's a medium. But he's constantly spamming that shit. I can't blame him though. That's a good button for Bison.
Can't do anything. I'm trying.
Damn, that window was tight. Not like how tight as Cat used to be, but that shit was kind of tight. Let me show you.
No scissors. Can't do anything. I'm trying.
That right there, after that side kick into the uppercut, I didn't know if he would have enough time to get that uppercut out there. The timing on that is hella tight. God damn. God damn. That's good pressure. That is very good pressure. You know what I'm saying? There's a few holes there, maybe. Some things he could probably tighten up on, but that was very good pressure.
Corner pattern. Gee, look. Corner pattern flowchart. Yeah, drive rush. I can't, dude. My inputs are not fucking coming out.
Look at that spamming that parry. Then there's the reversal right on time.
I don't want to play it anymore. What's the point?
Ooh.
I'm in the middle of hitting him, and every time I hit him, I go for drive rush, and I don't get drive rush.
Give me that.
So I lose.
Give me that. I need all that. Tax him.
Inputs didn't come out. Congratulations. Once again, no moves come out for me. All moves come out for you. You play a flowchart and win. It's mine. I did exactly the same move. Standing beard.
There's a reversal as expected.
Why did that whiff? Now I get it, but now I'm burned out. So what's the fucking point? What I can do.
Thank God DSP had a lot of time to react to that. If you think about it, it's not really a shimmy, but you could see him like, you saw how he was mashing parry and shit, hoping he could try to bait something out. That's hilarious. Same combo. There's the parry. That's funny. Good shit. There you go again. There you go again. And look at you. Got yourself burnt out. Got yourself in debt. You got yourself in debt. Now you gotta figure shit out. Look at you, bankrupt. Look at you. Can't even beg for meter. God damn, son.
It doesn't come out again. Twice in a row, no level super.
out here bankrupting the fuck out of himself. Kid, couldn't beg for meter. Couldn't even beg for enough meter.
All my moves don't come out in a row. All in a string. Nothing.
Okay, where's the offense at? Nothing happened, so he ain't got rid of that. That was a waste. And yet again, his wastefulness when it comes to his resources, as some of you have pointed out already, is no different than his finances or any of his opportunities in real life if you really are willing to put it together like that. That's it? You... Okay. Okay. No follow-up. Been fishing for that bison bomb all pretty much since over the last match or so. Did nothing to follow it up with. Jesus Christ. We're gonna go into throw loops now? You try to.
Bro, see? He doesn't know what to do. He has no idea what to do when his pattern falls apart. He can't play.
We had an absolute scrub. We don't. He doesn't know what he's gonna do once the patterns break. Let me let you hear that again.
Bro, see? He doesn't know what to do. He has no idea what to do when his pattern falls apart. He can't play the game.
Oh, okay.
Why did that whip? Are you kidding?
No diddy. That's it? All right. Yeah, that figures. Being that close and having that much time, I could see him. It makes sense why he did it. Yeah, when in doubt, random super come out. That's literally the definition of a random super.
Psycho Crusher! Oh my god, it didn't
Psycho
even
Crusher!
there. There's nothing I can do. It dropped my anti-air Psycho Crusher. Now I can't get him off me.
Oh shit!
Can't block.
Come on, Phil, show me something.
Throw.
Random super. Actually, hold up. Maybe I'm being a bit too judgmental. Let's see that again.
Can't block. Free throw.
Maybe that was a reactionary super. I mean, a reactionary scissor kick. Maybe. Or super, sorry. It might. Maybe. I'm maybe.
Can't block.
Come on, Phil, show me something. Time's a wasting. Boy, if you don't get off your horse and show me something, what the hell is this?
What do you want me to do? You can just keep me at range. You didn't outplay me. Again, you didn't outplay me. You played the pattern. You win.
Oh shit. Okay, let's jump back to chat. Let's jump back to chat. What is that? All right, let's jump back to chat. Holy shit, let's jump back to chat. All right, where are we picking up at? All right, here, System 21. Start the ball.
System 23 says.
Or 23, sorry.
TFW too intelligent for ranked. Almighty Gookie says. But Phil said people only make tech and guides BC, they wanna get sponsored and make money, dude.
No. It's unfortunate, and it's not like we live in a capitalist type society, but semantics.
Almighty Gookie says. Phil would never lie to me.
Of course he wouldn't.
Excalibur 2010 says. Because Phil reached master rank and he's going to get tougher opponents in ranked. How does he not understand this?
It's one of the great mysteries of the world, my friend.
Latrapakan says. Basic bitch combos.
Indeed.
Ramza 675 says. Top tiers, dude. Latrapakan says. DSP and his basic bitch combos.
Sir.
Almighty Gookie says. Phil acting like scissor kick and the stomp aren't good moves. Excalibur 2010 says. If Phil was smart, he would blame deteriorated reflexes because of his age. If he was smart.
If he was smart.
Ramza 675 says. Damn. Hate Army says. Imagine shit talking a 1600 Ryu when you're hard locked at 1500 with fucking Bison.
My man. Big goes Hate Army. Big goes Hate Army. Appreciate you guys coming out here on this summer night, bringing extra food for us to barbecue. You guys are generous. Thank you. Thank you.
Ramza 675 says. Smoked.
It's the best type of pork.
Almighty Gookie says. That heavy punch is really good, but Phil doesn't know that since lab is dummies. After X some of the X moves you can do the heavy punch into level 3 and fuck shit up.
Oh, that's a good point.
Excalibur 2010 says. Ryu is stopping him with standing and low attacks. Latrapakan says. Watched this on Meerkat's stream, this Ryu made him look bad.
Big ups. I knew Meerkat wouldn't miss out on something like this. Holy shit.
Almighty Gookie says. He lost his MR after this LMAO. Went under 1400 MR.
Damn! Under 1400. That's a goddamn shame.
Almighty Gookie says. LFG Rua. Almighty Gookie says. Why did you burn yourself out? Dummy, you ain't Noah the Prodigy.
Agreed.
Ramza 675 says. Nothing he could do. Almighty Gookie says. Philly jumping like a kangaroo.
Let's see. Are we caught up a little bit? Okay, we can go a few more before we jump back into the video.
Grey Fox 2000 says. Thoughts about the LTG situations?
I think it couldn't happen to a better person. I'm not too surprised. The daughter thing did catch me off guard. Him being in debt, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I think he has there's like a domestic charge in there too, I think. But the daughter really, him having a child, I think she's like 9 or 10. That did catch me off guard. That really did.
The Misery Merchant says. This morning was good salt.
Yes, it was. Big ups.
Hate Army says. That has to be a typo. He went under 1500, right? Like 1490 something?
Okay, that's my fault. I might have misread it. So my fault. That might have been on me.
Stranger says. I can't do anything, story of Philip's whole life. Soga says. Hate Army correct. Almighty Gookie says. Yeah, I meant under 1500 MR. Jaco Snordarius says. Did you see the clip where Phil said him, Kate and Jasper couldn't live in an apartment?
Everybody says they can't live in an apartment until they finally have to. They'll make do. To be honest, there's already enough space between them. An apartment doesn't really change that as far as I'm concerned.
Declan does says. I didn't know that Phil ran an airburb, because his jump-ins are his bread and butter combo starters.
That's a good one. Big up, Declan.
Ramza 675 says. He's hard stuck 1500.
Yikes.
Grey Fox 2000 says. He did lose over 1k points total.
That's a goddamn shame. All right, chat. Let's jump back to into our movie.
It's terrible, man. Well, I guess this will be my last set. As much as I'd like to keep playing, literally there was no point in playing again today. I started off good, and then immediately it just wants to drop all inputs. Can't get consistent combos, can't get drive rushes, can't get fucking drive cancels. So, and I think I really do feel it's the stick. It's the core of the stick, because I have a completely different buttons and stick, and it's still doing it. That tells me it's either the stick or it's the online play. It's one or the other. I like to think the entirety of the online play is not bad. So you have to think it's the stick, but maybe I'm wrong. It just sucks. Again, I will never improve when every single fucking move is dropping. Can't win. Wow, okay.
God damn. Starting to get PTSD from that Chris G match. Yo, wait. That Jamie literally sniped the fuck out of that.
Wow, okay.
That's our PTSD moment. Jumps over. Goes into our basic bitch combo. Get sniped. That's funny. Good shit. Look at that. No variety. No variance at all. Same basic, safe bitch shit. No room for experimentation. Unfortunate. Spamming that throw. Yeah, that was random. I don't know what he thought he was going for, but it wasn't there. Oh!
Love it. Love that you could do insane full screen shit.
Give me that neck. Oh! Officer Sanders, what does that neck do?
Medium kick again.
Ah, damn,
wrong
son.
Input and I lose.
DSP's been hit with that shit 3 separate times in 3 separate ways. You would think he would look out for that. Slugging.
Every time.
Just slugging. And see, I gotta be honest with you, chat, because you know me, I don't like giving DSP credit. You know what I'm saying? I hold all mine. Is this the move here? There are times where it makes me believe he actually had a read on the guy. This isn't it. You'll see in a minute. But there are times that it makes me believe that he has a read, but I don't want to admit it. I'll be honest and say I don't want to admit it, but it could be. Right there. I don't know if I can say that's a reaction or if that's a read. I gotta be honest. And theoretically, I mean, I'm no pro player, but I'd like to think I would know the difference between the two, but I don't know.
Every time.
Ah, damn. Good parry. Expected reversal. He keeps getting hit with that. Oh!
I don't know why he did that. I'm doing one more. And then that's it for today. Because that was fast.
Where's the
Once
lag?
again, I basically lost all my points. I was up to 1575 earlier, and then just a string of matches where no the inputs work. So, you know, I can get high up, but then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And every time that they do the patterns...
Okay, so where's the lag? Where's the drop inputs? Where's any of that? He did get lucky, I think, to be honest. I think if that Jamie was... I don't know, there's a few things you can say about it, but it's big ups either which way. But he kind of just got out of that fight. He kind of got lucky. He was fortunate. Maybe I should say that. But where's all the drop input talk? Where's the lag at? You know, tell me something.
I have to have all my inputs work or I can't win. And that's the...
So basically, every button I push has to hit, because that's the only way I can win. Does that sound like a winner to you? Really? That's literally like someone actually pointed out. It's like someone throwing the dice and it has to hit where you need it to hit consistently. If not every single time. Wouldn't really be gambling if that was the case.
problem that I'm having right now. I get high up and then a bunch of pattern players and I can't get around the shit.
Bunch of bad players and I can't get around the shit. Yeah, that's deceptively... That's very fucking fast. Or it's late. Freestyle on him. Hit him with that urban style. Oh.
Wow!
Yeah, that kind of makes sense that happened the way it did.
At range.
But he got his confidence back. That's not the finisher that you needed, but alright.
That was Drive Rush. That's what the game gave me. Thanks, game. Oh, come on! I don't even get a set to finish it. I don't even get a set.
Oh, I don't get to prey upon the dark meat anymore. Oh, I wasn't done yet. I didn't want to give Cat the leftovers. I wanted that all for myself. Oh, that's unfortunate, Phil.
Well, I gotta go now. I gotta go now. I'm out of time. Yeah. So here's the thing. This Hayabusa stick is pretty good. I liked it when I was playing on Xbox. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is frequent.
If you liked it so much, then why did the PlayStation, the PS5 controller have to die for you to finally realize it? Fucking idiot.
Dropped inputs with this game. And new stick, new buttons, same exact dropped inputs over and over.
I guess that means it's not the stick's fault, is it? I guess it's not the controller's fault, is it then, Phil? Let's bring that back. I may have heard him wrong.
There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is frequent dropped inputs with this game. And new stick, new buttons, same exact dropped inputs over and over.
Chat, what do you think about that? Let me bring it back for you one more time.
Well, I gotta go now. I gotta go now. I'm out of time. Yeah. So here's the thing. This Hayabusa stick is pretty good. I liked it when I was playing on Xbox. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is frequent dropped inputs with this game. And new stick, new buttons, same exact dropped inputs over and over.
Then one thing is not like the other, right, chat? You heard it himself. It's a good stick, new buttons, same dropped inputs. Semantics.
It's not, oh, I'm mistiming or it's late. It's literal dropped inputs. I do something and it doesn't come out. I do low punch, let's drive rush. Doesn't do drive rush. Huh? I go for drive rush right. It gives me standing parry. Huh? You know what I mean? Like,
now remember, he said the stick and the buttons were fine.
So it's just frustrating. It's not fun to lose at master rank when you are not outplayed, but instead the patterns can't be beaten because your inputs don't come out. Again, you have to play perfect to get out of these gambling situations in the corners and everything, which is how all these pattern players do. And they're all flowchart patterns. And they're just going to keep doing their little flowchart mix-up pattern until you get the move through it. And so I don't know how I'm going to improve. I really don't. Like, I don't know. It's either that stick or the game online, one or the other. So what is it? I'd like to think it's the stick. I'd like to believe that the stick is a problem, right? And that maybe if I get a new one, it's actually the motherboard or whatever it is. Maybe there's the problems with dropped inputs.
Listen to this retardation. Oh, it's not me. You know what I'm saying? It has to be the stick or it has to be the game. It can't be me at all. I'm perfect. I'm pristine. You know what I'm saying? I'm the biggest cock in the yard. Because he doesn't have no dog in him. So we'll just make him a chicken. You know what I'm saying? How does this work? How does this work?
Keep doing their little flowchart mix-up pattern until you get the move through it. And so I don't know how I'm going to improve. I really don't. Like, I don't know. It's either that stick or the game online, one or the other. So what is it? I'd like to think it's the stick. I'd like to believe that the stick is a problem, right? And that maybe if I get a new one, it's actually the motherboard or whatever it is. Maybe there's the problems with dropped inputs. I don't know. But if it's not, if like another stick, if I try another stick and they still have the same problems, then there's just no solution. It's just the game sucks online on PS5, and I need to play it on PC, which I can't do. So, I mean, I'm doing my absolute best.
You hear the pignosis in this shit? Justifying the new arcade stick. If it's not the new arcade stick, I need a new PC, guys. It's the only way I'm going to be able to play to my full potential. What else could there be? 2 consoles fucked me over. 2 different arcade sticks fucked me over. If this third one don't work, we need to go to PC. It's the only way.
To 1575 of Bison, then I literally lost to every shitty pattern player over and over. And there's nothing I can do about it if my inputs drop. Again, yes, if I'm being outplayed by the pattern, I need to learn how to beat it. There was at least half of my losses today were due to dropped inputs. Half the time the pattern beats me, I got to learn how to beat it. I'm getting better against Cammy.
Yeah, what is it with these lolcows and the erectile dysfunction? You got Rich, you got Boogie, you got Wings, and you got DSP. All 4 of them. I don't get it.
Right? I absolutely am getting better against Cammy. It's not as bad. I still am losing, but I did beat a few today, and I'm going to get better the more I play. I am learning now, right? But for me, I don't know how I'm supposed to ever improve. It's the same online ad nauseum, boring, shitty, brainless pattern player idiots. And I can't get past them. I got up to 1575, and then it was like 5 or 6 of them in a row. Like, okay, great. That's really what I wanted to do. Play pattern guessing game, gambling game all day and not Street Fighter, right? All right, guys. Well, I'm out of here uploading, and, I'm playing again tomorrow night. I guess we'll see what happens. Okay, happens. Okay, I tried to stop it from recording, and the entire OBS is crashing. Wow.
Maybe updating OBS could help. Maybe
You guys
updating
still
your
there?
drivers could help.
I tried to stop that video and OBS was crashing and it interrupted the stream. I don't even know what happened. That's not good. Yeah, it's just not, it's totally just not my day, as you can tell. Right? I was doing good. I started off great. I really did. And then all of a sudden it was just nonstop, an onslaught of bad players.
Oh, the daily therapy session tomorrow, as well as I would assume the daily wipe is going to be pretty good. So we got at least 2 things to look forward to next stream, maybe. You have to remind me.
Playing their pattern, and I can't do anything about it. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Tonight, it's Riven. Nice, chill Riven, relaxing on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. I hope you'll join me for Riven. Tomorrow, Elden Ring and Friday Night Fights. Okay? See you tonight.
All right, so that's going to be a dead stream tonight. So that is what that is. Raw. Big ups to Raw Phil. Big ups. Okay. All right, chat. Let's go ahead and get you guys final thoughts, and then let's check out for tonight. I appreciate you guys all following through and whatnot. It's been cool. Let's go ahead and see what the chat has to say. Close you guys out. It's the closest thing to like a talk show I could do with you guys for now. But it's been fun. I'm glad the text to speak works. So that's a thing. Because the way I configured it, it's a little different, but it should work. All right, let's go ahead and let's get our started.
Avalanche 178 says, then, it's not the game's fault, it's yours.
Indeed.
Avalanche 178 says, oh but wait. It's never Phil's fault. The Misery Merchant says, go watch your replays, retard.
Indeed.
Excalibur 2010 says, you improve by practicing Philly boy. Blood, Bath and Beyond says, pony up $300 for a new fight stick, dense. Avalanche 178 says, get a new one. Equals beg. The Misery Merchant says, you are the common denominator. Jaco Snordarius says, you're goddamn right Avalanche, it's always the game, never Phil. Perish the thought.
Indeed.
Silent Weapon C8 says, Phil went level 3 Psycho Beggar for that new joystick.
Sure did. Pick up Silent Weapon.
Grey Fox 2000 says, maybe if I get a new one. But claimed he was getting one donated.
Good catch.
Almighty Gookie says, Phil's inputs are cleaner than the Gulf after the oil spill. Avalanche 178 says, Silent Weapons I that's pretty good LMAO. The Misery Merchant says, hundreds of dollars to find out you're trash.
I know, that's such a steep investment.
Adam says, Kate, it's not me, it's my equipment, I might have Ed.
What's gonna do, get a penis transplant?
The Misery Merchant says,
oh.
And a third copy of the same game.
Yep. So he needs a new arcade stick, he needs a new copy of the game, and he might need a penne transplant too. Not his day, gotta tell you.
Avalanche 178 says, and he thinks a new PC won't fuck him over.
Exactly. Avalanche coming in hot and heavy.
Avalanche 178 says, he's gonna learn really quick.
Yes, he is.
Jaco Snordarius says, a new PC will save the business, guys. Almighty Gookie says, low T. Latrapakan says, this idiot don't even play seriously, SIY needs such expensive stuff.
That's a very good question. It's only the best for our piggy boy.
Avalanche 178 says, then you could, I don't know, philosophy, play another game. Blood, Bath and Beyond says, every time he talks about saving the business, I can't help but think of Dustin Diamond's Save the House
Save
scam.
the house scale.
Almighty Gookie says,
oh.
Phil is such a snowflake, LMAO.
Sure.
Avalanche 178 says, the Daily Cry. Adam says, Doesn't know anything completely out of his control even though this is his livelihood.
Hey man, just because you've been doing something for 16 years, it's not that anybody can expect you to be competent, right? Right? Right.
Excalibur 2010 says. LOL. The daily wipe.
That's literally that's the way I feel it. I feel it's just a daily wipe. It's literally the end of the day and he needs people to wipe his ass and whatnot because he's had such a bad day. That's what it feels like to me.
Silent Weapon C8 says. $28.
God damn. It's like it's almost like we're in a recession or something.
Ramza 675 says. Big ups pimps.
Big ups.
Ramza 675 says. Gotta get ready tomorrow.
Exactly. Big ups. Like I said, I won't hold you guys too much longer. Like I said, whole nother day, a whole nother time, whole nother chance to grind and hustle. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, every day above ground is a win.
Avalanche 178 says. Final thoughts, same shit different day. Feels awful. He needs to learn or adapt. But he won't. So, he's a lost cause, laughing face.
Very well said.
Dwight Race says. Good stream GTG.
Thank you for coming by. It says, like, Dwight, I'll catch up with you on Twitter, man. Soon. Next time I'm on there, like I said, I'll catch up with you and make sure that, you know what I'm saying? Get a line of dialogue started up.
Adam says. Been fun chatting with you GTG, have a great night.
Thank you for coming out. Have a great night.
Latrapakan says. Always great to have the pup in a sharp suit back, big ups and stay safe big homie.
Same to you. Same to everybody.
Jaco Snordarius says. Gonna go look at Cammy's pound cake, good stream GTG.
Big ups. Oh, there's some pretty good fan art out there. Don't worry, it's user friendly and whatnot. I might inject that into the stream and whatnot. Gotta appreciate the cake.
Almighty Gookie says. BBC transplant. Almighty Gookie says. Phil wants to play on a competitive level, but most competitive games are on PS5 or another console.
Agreed.
Light for Dark says. GTG, will you do a 12-day goutness this year?
I hope so. I hope so. If things work out right, I'll start in late September, early October. And if so, then I should be right on time for it. We'll see. So I'm striving for it.
JWusso989 says. These lol cows are crashing out hard in 2024. Daniel Larson, BMJ, LTG, and Boogie. DSP will be next?
Nah, he won't be next. He's still got a ways off. Remember, we still have 5 months. So, well, 4 months and some change. We'll see. We'll see what the year has in store. But I am interested to see who the next lolcow will be, though. So you're absolutely right. People are dropping like flies in this bitch. It's crazy.
Vicious says. 07.
Salute to you too.
Excalibur 2010 says. LOL. Cammy pound cake.
Hey, we have men and women of culture in here. What can I say?
Blood, Bath and Beyond says. Glad to actually catch a live stream for once. Big fan. Thanks, GTG.
Thank you guys for all coming out. Like I said, I really appreciate it. I think I started this off with some Lupe Fiasco, so I think it's only fair that we end it in such. Like I said, I'm glad the text-to-speech worked. I'm glad some of the scripts in the background worked out. So it's been a very successful stream. I didn't expect it to be 4 hours, but good things usually show up when you don't expect it.
Almighty Gookie says. Jury pound cake.
That's true. That's true. We're equal opportunities. We have equal opportunities around here when it comes to pound cake. So let's do this. Let me see what I can pull up for you guys real fast. For Lupe, and we'll end off on that. Let's see, I think I did mumble rap. What other one does he have? Oh, you know what? I know what we can go out with since we're already talking about cake anyway. I know exactly what we can go out on. Let's see here. should have it right there. Because it should be on this playlist. Yeah, it is. Let's see here. Give me just a second.
Seconds remaining as USA makes a final push down the field.
Let's see here. I need to kill that. Time that. Okay, that should be coming through, chat. Hopefully it is. All right, guys. Yet again, thank you so much, man. I very much appreciate it. Like I said, there's 3 days until the end of, there's 3 more days left. Maybe we can get another stream and whatnot, and it'll be cool. But thank you guys yet again for coming out. I very much appreciate that. And yeah, let's end it off on this one. I need to change anything or? No, we should be good. We should be good. All right, people. Enjoy your evening, and I'll catch you guys on the flip. Later.
I've won many things I've done, but this one here, this one takes the cake. I've won many things I've done, but this one here, this one takes the K. Compliments on my accomplishments are only possible due to your involvement, volume, level, and confidence. The consequences stimulating your consciousness, activating the cognitive structures. I think all you motherfuckers and opposites still play a vital role in my conquering. The combination of confrontation and pondering. Occupation is populating the conference with conversational astonishment, consuming the comments and then vomiting up the Vonnegut. Hey. Ominous as a monster is underneath your posturepedic, possibly in the closet. It's a necropolis, scary how I'm optimistically obstinate. Ain't no domino in my dominance when I'm dropping this. Janis Joplin droplets, it sound like the apocalypse mixed with Christopher Wallace's topics on top of obelisks. It's a kabbalist novelist inside of my esophagus. Rhyme is priming is optimist, and this shit tastes like chocolate cake. I've won many things I've done, but this one here, this one takes the cake. I've won many things I've done, but this one here, this one takes the K. This shit taste like winter, chocolate cake for dinner, birthday cake for breakfast, slice it like a ninja, pick up all the pieces, assemble like Avenger, authoring is August, wordplay is December, That mean my pen is in cinders and my delivering shivers like Siberian area shippers. Slip on the slickest icicles, drip from the tip of my scriptures. If you a ship on the trip, don't hit on the tip of my glacier. Swim with the fish and flippers. I finish my pictures. This is what didn't get it, getting hitting the different differs. What did he do with it? Didn't she? Who are you mentioning? Lou would do a dual identity, dueling enemies. Do it to him, chewing through him.